Good morning, distinguished guests, eminent academics, researchers, presenters, and participants. We welcome you to the International Conference on Open and Digital Education 2026, ICODE 2026, organized by the Center for Open and Distance Learning, University of Moratuwa.
A small note before we begin. So most of you would have had a bag, right? Your conference bag. So we have a water bottle inside, which has been sanitized and filled with safe drinking water. So you don't need to worry about that. So please keep that with you throughout the day to stay hydrated. So Satya Nadella once said, our industry does not respect tradition, it only respects innovation. While innovation drives us forward, there are certain traditions that continue to unite and inspire us.
With that in mind, may I kindly invite everyone to rise as we honor our nation by standing for the national anthem. Of ICODE 2026, Chair of the National Academy of Science of Sri Lanka and former Vice Chancellor of University of Moratuwa to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Dean, Faculty of Architecture, Dean, Faculty of IT, former Dean of Faculty of Engineering, heads of departments, Director CODL, Deputy Director CODL, members of the academic staff, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I have the unenviable task of saying a few words at this time. My first task is, of course, to welcome all of you to the conference. This conference, as the brochure says, is to shape or try to shape the future of digital education. And it is broken into 3 areas, as you know, firstly to the conference, the academic and the research part. Then tomorrow we have the leadership and the policy forum. And finally, the developments and the training programs. Right. So, with that brief introduction, let me first of all welcome all of you. It's my pleasure and privilege. As I mentioned, I am supposed to be the ICODE conference chair. So it's my pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you to Moratuwa and certainly wish you all the very best. Right. In doing this is our whole objective, or at least the CODL's objective, I believe, is to attract the European e-learning conference to Sri Lanka. That's the sort of the conference for e-learning areas. Unfortunately, it leaves Europe only once in 5 years. Last round it went to South Africa, and I'm sure Visakha and Buddhika are working very hard on that to make sure the next time they go out of Europe, which is once in 5 years, that Sri Lanka would be a preferred destination. So with that objective in mind, we are trying to gain the experience, share the experience with people, and also to develop the expertise that is needed to organize a major conference like this. So today's, as all of you know, today's objective is the research part, the conference part. And tomorrow, for whatever reason, I'm sure they've clashed it with the faculty meetings also, which is very good, in a way good that the deans have to quicken their meetings and come for the conference also. Tomorrow is the policy discussion, which will be held at BMICH. And on Friday, you have the workshops. That there were CODL and especially given the latest developments, would share some of its experiences with the rest of the university. Now, what most of you don't know is that there has been a lot of development, especially on the e-learning area, which was done, especially during the COVID time, which then later on moved on to other areas, which I don't think has been used enough by the university, which we should use more of it. Of course, I am not a computer person. As you know, I am a civil engineer who pretends to be whatever that is needed at that time. But given our experience, especially with the development of the open.um.lk and the digitalization of the BIT program, there was a lot of learning, especially from the IT faculty and the engineering faculty, the computer science, which should be shared in areas like mine, in civil engineering, which we are still very traditional, but we certainly should move in and look at these areas because the world is changing. And unless we are prepared to embrace some of those things, I know it's not easy. It's not easy like for IT and computer science because that's their bread and butter. We have to do a lot more mechanical or civil or anybody else has to do a little bit more than computer science and IT. But nevertheless, we have to keep ourselves up to date and especially given the expertise that is being developed here. Things like for how to deliver online lecture, how to do auto grading, how to have proctored exams. All of those things are now available. The knowledge is here, and we should use more of those, given the large numbers that we could accommodate. as most of you know, the open.um.lk platform has about 363,000 students as of now, registered participants, which is a big number. And as I remember when we were doing it, we were wondering whether the university would have the capacity to handle that. And the only request we made from the Vice Chancellor was that in the event that we overloaded the system, that he should provide the additional resources. I don't think it ever overloaded the system. So 363,000 to a university that had handled only about 10,000 students was suddenly handling large numbers online, and it was being done very well by Dr. Sunimal and his team, and I think Shanta before that. So clearly we have the capacity. So the objective of this conference, as stated, is to share some of the experiences. Of course, to learn from others, also to share some of the experience that we have gained, especially to the other universities, to the other students who could benefit from this. So without taking too much of time, because you're going to have a lot of conference discussions today, let me congratulate the CODL for organizing this. It is a lot of work while doing other work, but in the process, there were a number of people who did support us quite a lot. So obviously the Vice Chancellor and the acting Vice Chancellor were instrumental in helping us at all times. And we certainly mustn't forget the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Chandrasekhara, who was always there for whatever the event that was organized. The registrar of the university is not here now. The deans of the faculties, especially the engineering and the IT dean, who has been very, both Sudhanta and Tanuja were very helpful in getting this thing going. And then, of course, the dean architecture was always there. We used to always turn to her, especially on conferences. They are the best people around. They have done so many conferences. Then the bursar of the university, and of course the director and the deputy director, who has always done a lot. Today's conference is, of course, mainly led by both the director and the deputy director. And I must specifically mention the hard work that Buddhika Karanatha did on the conference program with Jagesh Sivaha and Samin Gunahodana. So clearly, I had to mention those three because they did a lot of work in getting the conference program out. We also you will see them later on, the keynotes that we are going to have today and tomorrow. Professor Cherry Chan from National Taipei University, Professor Chang Yung Yang from National Taipei University, and Professor Ming Yu Day, again from National Taipei University, and Dr. Srinath Perra from WSO2 would be the keynote speakers for this conference. And we must thank and welcome the authors and the co-authors of the extended abstracts for their belief in this conference and for sharing some of your good work with this audience. Also, it's very important for a conference to have session chairs. So I must acknowledge, welcome, and thank the session chairs who agreed to chair sessions: Professor Ruan Gopura, Professor Chandu Sandanayaka, Professor W.D. Prasad, Dr. Nisansa De Silva, Nisansa is still active, Dr. Saraveswaran, Professor Nalini Vikramarachchi, Professor Sureka Tiruchittampalam, and Ms. Ashana Ranasinghe for agreeing to chair the different sessions in today's conference. So, again, it is, so let me also say thank you to the registrar, a little bit off, but we certainly recognized you and the support that you have extended to us always. So, once again, have a good session. The whole idea in a conference is to meet, to network, learn something, and pick up whatever that is useful to you, and then extend it beyond. So that's why we have conferences. it is not just to have a good time, but also to learn something out of the day at the end of the day. So with that objective, I welcome all of you once again to Moratuwa, and certainly expect a very successful and lively deliberations during the day, and hope to see most of you tomorrow at the policy discussions where we have it at the BMICH. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your inspiring welcome address and for highlighting the importance of advancing open and digital education.
All right, everybody. So throughout the day today, we will be, Emojat, who is our AI experience partner, will provide a live audience engagement to help you participate actively in these sessions. You will be able to submit questions, view questions submitted by other participants, and upvote on those you would like the speakers or session chairs to address. So the Emojat platform will also enable you to share your feedback on each session, as well as your overall conference experience. Providing your personal information is entirely optional, and you are welcome to skip those fields if you prefer. So the QR code, as you can see on the screen, is displayed during the relevant sessions. So please keep an eye on that screen. You can scan the QR code right now and share your questions, ideas, and feedback throughout the day. And also a kind reminder to those who just joined. So in your ICODE bags, you will have a water bottle which has been sterilized, sanitized, and filled with drinking water. So you can use that to keep yourself hydrated throughout the day.
We now come to the keynote session of this morning. To introduce today's keynote speaker, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. B.H. Sudantha, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are honored to have with us two distinguished keynote speakers joining us online from National Taipei University, Taiwan. Actually, National Taipei University, Taiwan is not a new university to us. They are working with us for more than 12 years in different ways. First, Professor Min Yu Day is Professor and Director of the Graduate Institute of Information Management at National Taipei University, and the founding director of the Advanced Research Center for Cross-Disciplinary AI. His work spans artificial intelligence, agentic AI, learning technology, big data analytics, and related emerging fields. And also we are privileged to welcome Professor Sherry Chia-Ying Chang, who is the Dean of the International College of Sustainability Innovations and Professor of Finance at National Taipei University. Her research interests include corporate finance, corporate governance, mergers and acquisitions, and behavioral finance. We are gratefully introduced Professor Chan Yun Yan, Dean of the College of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, and Distinguished Professor at National Taipei University, for introducing our keynote speakers to us today. Professor Yang, it's over to you. Good morning, Professor. Are you there?
Yes. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes. So maybe I can from our side I introduce. So first I should be that our deliver our respect to Professor Dili Ka, Deputation Vice Chancellor, and Professor Malik, former Vice Chancellor, and Professor Vishaka, Director, CODL. Distinguished host, ladies and gentlemen, On behalf of the National Taipei University, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for your warm hospitality and for giving us such kind of the opportunity to be here for this presentation. National Taipei University is one of the Taiwan leading public university with the long-standing reputation. So later, we have our dean and founding director here to present the topic for you. I believe it is I am confident that today's presentation will provide better perspectives and foster meaningful exchange between two our universities. Okay, let's welcome the main keynote speaker, Dean Zhang.
Okay, good morning, all the participants. I'm Sherry Chan from National Taipei University. First of all, thank you so much for offering us this great opportunity to co-share the keynote speech session. And then the first half session will be me presenting a research paper recently entitled Higher Learning, Higher Standard, CEO Educational Backgrounds and Corporate ESG Performance. This is more educational background in the finance practice. And then continue will be the director, Dai, because his field is in AI and informational management. So he's going to present the topic, AI in Sustainable Education and Talent Cultivation. And first of all, let me allow us to share our screen. So I just want to ask the audience, can you see the screen and can you hear our voice?
Is it good?
Can somebody confirm?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the voice and the PPT both are okay, right? PPT, can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's great. So if that's all right, then let's get started. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. But this paper is more related to finance, but since that is also that application for the executive and the CEO educational backgrounds. So I think that the first half I was sharing this kind of finance related research topic with all the audience today. Thank you so much for all the distinguished guests from the ICODE 2026. Okay, the paper is actually still in preliminary stage. We are currently conducting further indigeneity and robustness test. This paper is co-authored with Professor Ge Jiayou from National Taipei University and Professor Takeshi Nishikawa from University of North Texas, US.
Sorry.
Okay, so the agenda including introduction, literature review, empirical design analysis, and drill the conclusion and remarks. Motivation is being that, everybody there is a contemporary discussion on the ESG development. From this diagram, you can see that for the past few decades, there is a greater increasing trend in the gas emission, including the fossil CO2, CH4. So obviously, the discussion on the ESG practice of the company becomes a very important issue. And you can also see from here, there are some legislatory discussions on the development and the supervision of the ESG. So for instance, the blog is introducing more rigor into environmental, social, and governance investing as regulators affect greenwashing or companies overinflating their sustainable profile. In November 2021, the SEC actually modified their regulation as well. That's the regulator in the US. And they allowed shareholder proposed ESG initiatives from the proxy statement. In 2022, actually, the SEC also proposed 2 legislation modifications regarding the qualification for ESG investment. Our study actually tried to investigate relation between CEO educational backgrounds and corporate social responsibility. But one of the contributions is being that current a lot of the literature is focusing on the positive side, like how they performed. We also developed 3 dark side proxy, including the disagreement proxy, including the potential greenwashing proxy, and the ESG sentiment volatility. And then to sum up, our findings suggest that CEO educational background serve as a very important determinants for the corporate ESG practice and provides insight into the role of executive characteristics in shaping corporate sustainability initiatives. So with the advancement of ESG practice and mandated of the regulation, an increasing number of institutions, as we just see from the news, actually introduce different ESG performance score rating system. So there are a lot of different agents. And basically, the first proxy in the dark side is related to ESG rating disagreement. You can see from this example.
Okay.
Okay, so this is one of the paper by Gibson's 2021. From their table 1, you can see that actually they collect the data from 7 data provider like SF4, Sustainalytics, InRate, Bloomberg. Those are all ESG rating agencies with different scores. So basically, the methods for them is to sort all the stuff based on each different ratings and then to re-rank them in percentile. In the end, trying to normalize these ranks between 0 and 1 scale to come up with a generalized ESG rating performance for all the companies. And then also to see the diversity between all these ratings, and this is what we call ESG performance disagreement. I'm sorry, something wrong with me?
It's okay.
Doing next page. Okay, so another paper importantly is Ramov et al., which is published in a very distinguished finance journal, Journal of Financial Economics in 2022. They also collect the data from SF4, the Bloomberg, the MSCI IVA, and so on to try to develop a divergence ESG disagreement proxy. So in our paper, we follow Gibson et al. 2021 and Avramov et al. 2022 to come up with a disagreement proxy by computing the standard deviation of the Z-score from 3 databases, including SF4, Sustainalytics, MSCI, and currently we will be including the Bloomberg as well. Yeah, the second ESG dark side proxy will be the ESG market sentiment volatility. From this diagram, you can see that this is actually the information on ESG sentiment volatility for the Tesla. So this data is from Refinitiv Market Site Analytics. That's another database. So if you observe the scores towards 100, that means on that particular moment, there is a positive ESG news related to this particular company. And when it actually receives a very low score, like 1, that means there is a negative ESG news. So we think that dark side proxy is being that when this company, if you observe for periods, there's a really volatile in terms of their sentiment score, then there is a risk for their ESG market performance as well. And so that's our second proxies. We are computing daily sentiment score standard deviation in a calendar year. The third proxy, we take in the idea from THIM 2023 in a paper which is called Greenwashing Premium. So he also tried to obtain the data from the Refinitiv Market Site Analytics. You can see from his table 1, basically for each company every day, there are some news regarding their ESG performance. And then we have the news head title. From the news content, we are able to identify the score for whether this is positive to the company or negative. And there are also 3 pillars, including environmental, governance, and social pillars. So from here, how do we distinguish potential greenwash? Well, the ESG news sentiment is an ex-ante setting. So we first of all trying to observe their pattern of the sentiment in the Refinitiv market site. And secondly, we're trying to observe their ex-post ESG performance score. And at this moment, we are taking the ESG performance score from SF4. So basically, greenwash is constructed by analyzing divergence between the ESG assessment, which is the performance export, and market participation score, which is sentiment. If there is a big gap, so you have a previously positive news, but you don't have a very positive performance or as a consequences. In that case, there is a potential greenwash from the company. And then basically, this will be the main contribution for our three dark side proxy. Another part of important perspective in this paper is looking for the impacts for the CEO education and the ESG practice of the company. Education has long been recognized as a fundamental force in shaping social values and ethical behavior, as we know, for developing moral reason and social conscientiousness. And you can see that previously a lot of philosophical traditions to look at education as a means of cultivation, moral character, and social justice. And also in the finance literature, there are already a lot of evidence to say that CEO characteristics or executive characteristics will influence the ESG practice. And these are the factors we will control in our baseline regression, including the gender, compensation structure. And we also contribute to the literature in open angle theories as well by examining how CEOs' educational backgrounds as one of their most formative experience to affect not only just firms' ESG performance, but also integrity, which is the three dark side proxies. Okay, the educational parts that there are some study like Harrison and Mori, 1994, show that education shapes the ability as evidenced by the enhanced cognitive skills. And nearly in 2020 also show that admissions to an elite university leads to a significant income premium, with graduates being more likely to complete their degrees on the time and in prestigious professions as well. Okay, you can see from this, those are very famous executives and CEOs from different companies like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Morrison, Warren Buffett, and they actually, link the degree with all these very famous Ivy League universities. Okay, so the contribution of the paper, first of all, we try to extend and look at the context of sophisticated ESG ratings, extended market sentiment data, and enhanced scrutiny of the corporate sustainable claims. Secondly, while previous search also primarily focused on firm level and institutional factors driven for this phenomenon, we identify executive and CEO educational backgrounds as a crucial individual level determinants that helps explain why firms will engage in genuine versus superficial ESG practice. And finally, we also echo to the need of incorporate sustainability into business education as well. Okay, the three hypotheses currently developed from the previous research. In the bright side, obviously, we would expect CEO educational attendance has a positive association with a higher firm ESG performance. From the dark side, will be negatively associated with a firm's ESG-related controversies or concerns. And finally, from the observation for market psych, the news, and the practice, we think that this relation will be more so reinforced in the pillar of environmental and governance. As for the social parts, sometimes they are more legislated required. Okay, the data consists of S&P 500 constitutions, ranges between 1994 and 2020, and all of these companies to have available data for ESG performance, including Refinitiv SF4, MSCI, Sustainalytics, and also the market psych. And we get the market information, financial information for this US company from the Chris CompuState, institutional ownership, 13F, executives, and IBES for the analyst data. And one thing very interesting, we are collecting the data for the educational backgrounds from various sources. Let me give you an example. These are the variables for the ESG, and then these are the variables we constructed disagree data from Gibson's raw motive, volatility from the Refinitiv, and CEO high degree score is that when CO have the PhD, we assign score 3, master score 2, and bachelor score 1. We also collect the data on CO with an honor degree, with Ivy League degree, and so on. So those are our control variable. To collect the data on educational backgrounds, we receive the information from PrideBook. This is the who's who. And then NMDB and Wikipedia, so cross-check with a lot of different databases. Finally, this is the baseline regression. So obviously the dependent variable will be the ESG performance for hypothesis 1. And then we expect there is a positive relation with the educational backgrounds. The second one will be the dark side, which is ESG negative. So we are expecting a negative beta to be found between the ESG negative proxy and educational backgrounds. You can see from this preliminary analysis, the higher score and CO with the honor degree, there is basically a higher ESG performance. And also that if you take the ESG performance from ESSA4, we observe a positive relation between highest degree score with the ESG performance. Likewise for the honor degree, and then likewise for CO receive a degree from the Ivy League University. And this is using robustness check for another database MSCI, we still observe the positive relation. For the disagreement, we are expecting a negative sign. So again, disagreement have negative association with the highest degree score, honor degree, and Ivy League. Likewise for the volatility sentiments, so you can see that there's a significant negative result. And then potential greenwash premium, we do find significant negative result as well. The positive is not significant. So we can ignore that. And for the 3 pillars from SF4, you can observe that environmental and governance pillars, especially positively related with the high score. Okay, so to draw the conclusion up to now, basically most of the hypotheses are confirmed. So there is a positive relation between CO education attendance and the company's ESG performance. There is a negative relation between dark side ESG practice with the CO educational attendance. And finally, this is more pronounced for the environmental and governance pillar. So what we do now for the further steps is that we're trying to figure out the potential channel from the ethical awareness, social norms, and peer influence, and also regulatory and policy understanding. And we're trying to match the firm location for the CO and university location match with the local crime rate, religious or conservative state indexes. We also conduct the subsample to figure out possible moderators, including corporate governance quality, compensation level, and so on. Okay, so this is how we do that. We also observe trying to conduct a DID, found the change of a university quality or ranking or potential community education level change in the youth backgrounds and higher educational reforms. Okay, so these are the location of the university and their possible religious affiliations. And in most of the university now, they will actually announce that ethical trainings is also very important. Okay, I think that's it for me for now. But now please allow me to spend 1 minute to briefly introduce National Taipei University before I pass on to Professor Dai. So I'm currently the Dean for the International College of Sustainability and Innovations. So like University of Moratuwa and all other universities from Sri Lanka are really, really welcome to visit National Taipei University. And you can see from this PPT, actually, some of our landscapes, really beautiful. Sit in the middle is our award-winning library with a lot of e-databases as well. And then our famous Mite Lake is surrounded by student accommodation. So our university recently just merged with the MRT station, so very, very easy to commute. The international college have a 3 graduate master program. So any institutions is willing to have an international collaboration can always contact us. We have a program in the finance, in international program on urban governance, and the new program, artificial intelligence application and management. Also 2 bachelor, which is undergrads, including innovative teaching in Chinese, and also smart sustainable development and management. Currently, we have more students coming from more than 25 countries, so very, very diversified. application periods is 2 periods in 1 year. We just finished the fall semester, and we will be opening September for early next year spring semester. And a lot of students do receive scholarship from our university as well as the international students. All the program under the international college are fully English taught. So basically, we are really welcome all the foreign university partners or foreign students coming to apply our program. And a lot of global collaborations because NTPU is really globalized university. So basically, we have more than 200, 300 sister schools. But here is just one of example. Last couple of years, we have the dual degree program with the University of Illinois at Urban-Champaign, and we also have University of Illinois at Chicago, like a dual degree as well, an exchange program. Okay, thank you so much for your time. And now the next, I'll passing on the presentation, continue with my topic, sustainability, that Professor Dai is going to talk about AI in sustainable education and talent cultivation. Once again, thank you so much for the opportunity for this keynote speech session. And then National Taipei University in Taiwan welcome you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for our deans. I'm Minyu Day from National Taipei University. Currently, I'm serving as the director of the Graduate Institute of Information Management and also the founding director of the AI for X at NTPU, which means that Advanced Research Centers for Cross-Domain Artificial Intelligence Research Centers. And briefly introducing myself, I have a solid backgrounds for cross-disciplinary. I currently serving as the university ambassador for NVIDIA, and also I am also the cloud ambassador for AWS education. So this is my short background. So I'm currently working on a variety of the research topics, and we have newly established a totally new AI for X research centers at National Taipei University, NTPU, which was founded on August 1st, 2026, which is the first week newborn research centers. And here is the outlines. I would like to take 5 minutes to introduce topics in the AI in sustainable education and talent cultivation, specifically focusing on the curriculum design and the cross-disciplinary talents. So why this matter? Because that as we know that for the sustainability education, not only for the CEO, but also for the university. So AI in sustainable education and talent cultivation, it is important for the curriculum redesign or transformation. So why integrating artificial intelligence and SDGs in higher education? There are 4 important drivers for curriculum transformation. First and foremost is the industry and the real world demands. And the second one is the cross-disciplinary skills. And not only to that, but also for the policy drivers and also student expectation. So this is our key drivers for curriculum redesign or transformation. And here shows you the frameworks for SDGs integration, curriculum design. I think that there are 4 important layers from the top, from the vision layer, and also from the competency, and also the content and the practice. So here is from the top down, different layers with different views to cultivate our talents. So top down, starting from the SDGs visions, and carry it layer by layer into the classroom. So practical layer, practicism is that, for example, in our university, we encourage capstone projects and the industry collaboration and also the social impact assessment. So this is the down to the earth to promote our talent cultivation. And here shows you the AI power of a pedagogical innovation. I think this is super important, especially for the teacher side. So here's empowering teachers, not replacing our professors or teachers. So there are 4 important things. First one is that we allowed by using like generative AI or agentic AI to foster the personalized learning from the students' achievements. And the second one, we incorporate AI tutors or AI teaching assistants to our practice. So it can answer students' questions 24 hours, 7 days, and also automatic assessment on behalf of our TA or the teaching or teachers, and also provide immersive in learning for our environments. And here are course examples. For example, in my course, I deliver AI for sustainability or for agentic AI for innovative applications in business school. And in our school, we have variety of the students' backgrounds. And here shows you 18 weeks syllabus mapping to the SDGs like this one. The important thing is that incorporate the AI social impact and also the AI corporate governance. And finally, the most important thing is that the final project presentation combined with the team of AI project, real world project to solve the real world problems. So I think this is the most important things. And we always highlight the PBL learning. For example, project-based learning is super important. And because that we provide like corpus carbon footprint trackers or sustainable investment simulators or the ESG news sentiment analysis or the community sustainable assessment. So here shows you some examples of the real world ESG problems, the combination. So where three discipline needs of the cross-disciplinary collaboration models. So there are three important parts. First one is that business and the finance domain. And the second one is the information technology. Last but not least is the environmental science, and the cross domain will be AI cross ESG cross domain talents. So this is the some collaboration models, real world models for co-teaching or the cross department project, cross department, and also the industrial mentors or global exchange. So here also important thing is that provide the hands-on workshop designs and also the AI sustainability talent strategies from the AI literacy, sustainability literacy, critical thinking, and communication. And finally is that students' achievements or outcome or assessment. So we apply a multi-dimensional assessment design starting from portfolio, project portfolio, or the peer assessments, or the AI literacy test, or the impact reports. So here are some examples from the prompt engineering and also the building ESG agents. And for future is that the industry. So the key takeaway is that AI in sustainability, integration AI in SDGs. So this pretty much sums up my presentation. So three important key takeaways: technology trends, ESG innovation, and education. So this teachers, institutions, student, industry. So this is my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for everyone's participants to hearing from our keynote session, and thanks again for the conference organizer to inviting us for this keynote speech session. Do you want to stop?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They raise up some kind of some questions.
Any questions? You are more than welcome. Yeah, we are more than happy to answer your questions or comments.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, so I think we leave the questions. If any kind of question, maybe we can dialogue more later.
Hello.
So thank you. So we finished the presentation here. Thank you. Welcome. That if any chance that you can come to Taiwan, come to National Taipei University. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So may I just briefly ask where the host, do we living the conference? Actually, we are now currently at the strategic camp for National Taipei University. So we are in one of the small meeting room, and then there are also our university president and other distinguished guests. So if there's no question from here, please allow us to be off the line, and then we look forward to your visit to Taiwan later. Yeah, okay. So we are okay for now?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, any question from the audience or any?
Thank you, Professor.
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, they are echo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Can you hear us?
I think that's the technical issues. No worry about that.
Yes.
I think that
So
we keep that forward. Any kind of question that maybe we can leave the problem there. Sometimes we can discuss more later.
Okay, so National Taipei University also look forward if any scholars wants to embark for more international collaboration opportunity, you can always Professor BH actually students we met at NTPU before. Hello. So anyone wants to contact National Taipei University can always go through from Professor Sudensa or directly email us. Very welcome to Taiwan. We look forward to meeting you in Taipei. Yeah. Okay. So have a great day. Have a great conference.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Bye.
Thank you, professors, for that truly enlightening and inspiring keynote address. We are grateful that you could join us live via Zoom and share your expertise and experiences.
And also, if you have any questions, if you want to ask the professors, you can use the QR code from Emojot, and they would be happy to answer that. All right, so with the keynote speech done, we will be starting our first two technical sessions, technical session A and B. So as these are parallel sessions, we would like to request people who are presenting in session B to go to lecture hall number 2. Our volunteers would help you guide them. And those who are in technical session A, we would like you to please stay here. You guys can log into icode.bit.uom.lk and you can check day 1 where your sessions are. We'll also display the QR code. Your respective sessions for A and B can be seen on the screen. All right, then we will be starting technical session A, which will be chaired by Professor Rohan Gopura, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies, University of Moratuwa. And also another side note from Emojot that participants can submit questions and provide feedback on this session by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen. So if you guys have any questions regarding any of the sessions, you can scan this QR code and put the questions there. With that, I will invite the session chair, Professor Rohan Gopura, to take over.
Right. Very good morning. Welcome to the ICODE 2026 first session. I will give brief introduction about this session. So in this session, we have 4 papers, and we will take 1 hour of your time. And I think the guidelines are given for the presenters. So you can, as mentioned, you can scan the QR code and ask the questions. In addition to that, you can directly ask the question using the mic. So we will indicate time when it's come to 10 minutes as well as 13 minutes. So first we will indicate remaining 5 minutes for the presenters, and then remaining 2 minutes for the presenters. And since we need to indicate 15 minutes, we will ring the bell and try to use 10 to 12 minutes so that we can have question and answer session as well. So we will start the first presentation. The first paper is a scalable, cost-effective biometric verification ecosystem for high-volume examinations in open and distance learning. The authors are Haritha Wijetunga, Lakmina Gamage, B.H. Sudanta, Vishaka Nanakara, and Buddhika Karnaratna. So we invite the presenter, Mr. Haritha Wijetunga, to start the presentation.
So good morning everyone. I will be presenting our work on the Verifica scalable cost-effective biometric verification ecosystem we build and deploy for a high volume examination in open and distance learning setting. So open and distance learning has enabled a widened access to the education, but physical examinations are still essential to ensure the academic integrity. This leads to the open and distance learning identity problem. At distance learning method, these exam candidates are essentially strangers to the examination invigilators, and their identity must be validated in each exam. The traditional process of checking identity based on manual IDs is prone to several issues, including that is, it is slow, it is error prone, difficult to reconcile, and has a risk of impersonation of exam candidates. So, and these open and distance learning examinations can grow into larger scale, requiring multiple examination venues, and these manual methods across different examination halls does not provide the sufficient observability across these different examination venues. So our innovation-based research aims to resolve this through replacing the possession-based identification system with fingerprint-based identity. And our 4 key objectives to achieve that aim is to first enforce the identity verification through a biometric system. Next, once the identity has been validated, we can enforce the exam eligibility and lab allocation at the entry of the exam. Next, next objective is to digitize the attendance such that it can provide real-time observability and an audit trail. And finally, final objective is to provide the above three objectives within a cost-effective solution. So, biometric can be considered as a solved problem, but there are still few gaps based on the implementation. So, low-cost biometric systems store their data on the device. So, these devices have a limited capacity. Therefore, a per device capacity may limited to around 500 to 1,500 students per device. Also, when the biometric data is stored on the device itself, the students can be only verified from the devices which have the biometric data within itself, which limits the scalability. So, commercial solutions are usually proprietary in nature, and they lack the flexibility needed for an examination setting, and also they provide limited real-time capacity based on the solution. And also existing literature on this topic usually covers the classroom attendance problem, but which is a smaller problem compared to a large-scale examination. So here comes our innovation, which is named as Verifica. So our key innovation is we managed to decouple the biometric capture from the identity matching. So we have developed an in-house portable fingerprint scanning machine that can scan the student's fingerprint during the exam entry, and this device does not store the fingerprints within itself, and it only acts as a secure gateway for the centralized matching system. Next, we have, so the second part is our centralized matching server, where we actually store the biometric data, and this centralized biometric data can be shared across multiple portable devices. And during each validation, we do a three-phase check. So first, we identify the identity of the student. Next, we check the module eligibility. And finally, we validate the lab allocation. So here is our 4 overview steps of our biometric workflow. So the first step is we need to do a one-time enrollment during the registration. This happens during the registration process of the students when registering to the BAT degree program. Next, we have to do pre-examination configuration. So before exam, the eligibility list for the students must be uploaded, and this ensures the eligibility is checked for the given exam. Next, on the exam, we can do the biometric verification at the entry for the exam venue. And finally, using the data provided, we can provide a real-time monitoring through our web dashboard. So the previous mentioned 4 steps is also described in this system architecture. On the top, we have our student registration system, where we have our dedicated fingerprint scanner to register the student during the examination, during the registration for the degree programs. And the data is then stored in the centralized authentication system. And once we come to an exam, the exam coordinator can upload the exam eligibility list through the web dashboard. And during the exams, the portable fingerprint scanners are used to scan the student's fingerprint, and it is validated through the central authentication server. And finally, the exam supervisor can view the web dashboard for the real-time statistics. So, biometric data, working with biometric data comes with a huge responsibility, and Verifica follows the principles of data minimization and security design in order to protect the biometric data of the students. So it starts with the fingerprint template. So instead of storing the raw biometric image of the students, we are converting it into a biometric template by hashing. So this reduces the information available multiple magnitudes, and this provides 3 key characteristics that is important for the data protection of biometric data. First one is the irreversibility, where the original fingerprint image cannot be reconstructed from the template we use. And next one is the unlinkability. So the biometric data we collect in our fingerprint system cannot be used to cross-validate across a different database. So the database is unique for our instance. And the third one is the recoverability. So the templates can be revoked when needed. So if a template is compromised in any capacity, we can revoke the given template and re-enroll the student. So the fingerprint data, we store it in a central server, as mentioned previously, and the central server is currently located on-premise within University of Moratuwa. And the portable fingerprint scanners we use does not store any biometric data. They just scan that biometric data, and once it's transmitted to the central server, the data is purged from the portable devices. And also the data is always encrypted in transit and rest. And the current system use the bare minimum number of information needed to operate the system. So only the student's index number and the name is available in the system, and it is linked to the biometric template. And the biometric usage of the overall system is narrowly scoped just for validating for the examinations. So here is what we have achieved through our research. We have been able to create a scalable biometric system that serves the large cohort of students available in the BIT degree program. So we have developed around 15 biometric scanners, and we have stress tested the system to support up to 100 concurrent requests. And we also have managed to convert the examinations to a paperless method by eliminating the need for the paper-based attendance sheet. And the web dashboard provides the necessary audit trail and the digital reporting. Also, we have improved the efficiency of the examinations by allowing the examiner to reconcile the exam data quickly, and it allows the early finishers to go away from the examination hall without waiting for the manual reconciliation. And it also eliminates the wrong students from entering the wrong exam venue within the entry itself. And also, finally, we have provided this solution within a cost-effective manner, where our solution cost around $80 compared to comparable solutions in the commercial, which cost around $400 to $800. So there are few key limitations and future improvements we have planned. So the key limitations are the false rejection due to injured or worn or contaminated fingerprints. So sometimes the students, when they come to the exam, the fingerprint might not scan, but we have mitigated that through using multiple fingerprints. So like instead of just taking one finger, we are enrolling multiple fingers in the system, so they can try either one of those fingers to verify during the examinations. And also, the system as a centralized nature, it is dependent on the network. So the network dependency is mandatory. So in order to partially mitigate the issue, we are also have a failover on the cellular networks. So if the Wi-Fi networks fail, we can validate through the cellular networks. And our future work includes completing the one-to-many matching. So currently we are doing one-to-one matching. We need to improve it to one-to-many matching. And another one is the multimodal biometrics. So currently we are using fingerprints only. We would like to improve it to multimodal biometrics. And the final future work is improve the LMS integration. Currently our system is independent system, but we would like to integrate with the current existing LMS. So in conclusion, Verifica has allowed open and distance learning to shift from a possession-based identity matching to a presence-based identity matching. And the Verifica system has demonstrated it can be achieved in a flexible, scalable, and cost-effective manner. So thank you very much for your attention. I would like to have any questions.
Right. Thank you very much, Harita Veeratunga. Any question from the audience? So we didn't have any question in the platform. So with the absence of the question from the audience. I have one question. So you mentioned that you have given some numbers related to the cost reductions.
Yes.
Which item you reduce the cost compared with the commercially available systems?
So the primary reduction was from the device itself, hardware device, and the device was developed within in-house, so we were able to use few of the shelf components such as the fingerprint readers and the microcontrollers. But other than that, the PCB, the structure, those things we were able to develop in-house, which help us reduce the cost.
Right, thank you. So now we have one question in the platform. So the question is, does the fingerprints or the extracted fingerprint images hashed before sending to the central server? That is the first question. The comment is also there, because in most traditional distributed fingerprint systems can introduce some problems if the finger is placed in a different angle, because the hashing can create non-identical hash. Did you get the question?
Yes. So yes, we do hash the fingerprint before sending it to the central server, but our matching algorithm is capable of managing the fingerprints when they are rotated. So the matching algorithm is scale invariant and rotation invariant. So even if there's a small variation in the fingerprint, how we place the fingerprint, small variation, it can still capture and manage it. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Any other question?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, detailed presentation. This is a question about security. What I learned is that you use the cellular network to send the data from the device to the server.
Yes.
Have you implemented any security layer in between, because there can be an attack?
Yes.
In some future date, of course, if it is employed in large scale, there can be attack in between. So have you thought of implementing any security features for communication?
Yes. So our current implementation has transport layer security for the network transmission between the portable fingerprint scanner and the centralized server. And for current deployment, we have all the fingerprint devices within our examination staff. So, but one of the future improvements we can do is, we can actually, when you go to a larger deployment where the fingerprint device is not in a controlled environment, we can actually have another asymmetric verification in order to ensure that the fingerprint device is actually like an authorized fingerprint device. Currently, we do not have that requirement, but for a larger scale deployment, we can validate that the fingerprint device is actually authentic before accepting fingerprints from that.
Yeah, that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Haritha. Shall we have a round of applause to Haritha and the other co-authors? Thank you. So we'll go to the next presentation. Next presentation is Open and Distance Learning as a tool for inclusive higher education in Sri Lanka, opportunities and challenges. Authors are Mohammadu Abdul Rahman and Padmika Rikasa.
Very good morning to respected chairperson and distinguished researchers, academics, and my fellow presenters here. I'm Fatima Rikasa from Department of Philosophy, University of Calnea. So it's delighted for me to present my research title, Open and Distance Learning as a Tool for Inclusive Higher Education in Sri Lanka, Opportunities and Challenges. My study examined very important contemporary question that to what extent open and distance learning, or what we call ODL, contribute to making higher education more inclusive in Sri Lanka? Yes, Digital and distance learning system can remove some traditional barriers, but still it can create also new barriers when it comes to students do not have the equal technological opportunities. That's why this study looks both the opportunities which created the studies more inclusive as well as the challenges which students face. When I described about the background of the study, the open and distance learning system has become increasingly important approach to expanding the access in the higher education system. It different from the conventional classroom-based education system, which provide greater flexibility in terms of time, location, and access in learning materials. This became particularly significant in Sri Lanka following the COVID-19 pandemic, where universities increases the adopting of technological system, learning practices, making digital education an important component of the higher educational system. ODL enables learning beyond the geographical and time constraints, offering opportunities for students from the diverse background. However, there is an important issue here. Moving education online does not automatically mean that make education inclusive. That's my major point here. When it comes to the research problematic part, ODL has expands to access to higher education system. It contributes to inclusive education remain uncertain. The issue is not simply whether students can enter to online educational or online classroom system. The more important question is whether they can participate effectively and continuously to the educational system in this online platform. But previous research has recognized that the value of ODL and has highlighted the issues as well as within the Sri Lankan contents, existing research has largely focused on online learning experience systems. There has been a comparatively limited attention to ODL plus the inclusive higher education system, where I mean that inclusive mean the more engagement that students get during these online sessions. My main objective to identify here is to explore the role of ODL as a tool for promoting inclusive higher education in Sri Lanka. To find out that, I have specified key areas. The first one would be the opportunities that students are getting from these higher educational system. The second part would be identifying the challenges that experienced by students as well as the lecturers, which make my research more comparative here. Then finally, I would discuss about the recommendation and the strategies for improving the inclusive digital learning system. Okay, when it comes to the methodology part, I have used the qualitative study with the descriptive research method. Why I have used the qualitative study is, I just want to know why this online system and how students are perceiving this and their perception and the experiences. More than going with numerical studies, I wanted to identify the experiences that students are facing here. That's why I have chosen the qualitative study with the descriptive research design. I have done a purposive sampling with 20 undergraduate students from all over Sri Lanka and 5 lecturers. Where I make my study more significant here, I got the ideas from and the experience from the lecturer as well, how they are going through these digital learning systems. And my data collection was done with the semi-structured interview with these 25 participants and the 20 undergraduate students with the 5 lecturers. This interview session was lasted for 35 to 40 minutes, and the first interview was done. With the ethical consideration, I have given informed consent and the confidentiality and anonymity ensured. The participation was fully voluntary, and the participation had the right to withdraw at any stage. When it comes to data analysis process, I have used the Prawn and Clock 6-phase thematic analysis method, where I found the themes, and based on that, I have started to analyze the thesis. Okay, let's move on to the findings part. When it comes to the finding, which I have separated into two parts, the first findings would be the opportunity and the second finding would part be the challenges. When it comes to the opportunity part, I will move on to the key findings. First one would be the flexible learning system. Many students and many lecturers got the page idea that they had a chance to work with the flexible timing slots. Participants indicated that ODL improved flexibility because learning could take place regardless of time and the location. This was particularly useful for students who had their personal commitments and the other things as well. So these, with the difficulties of attending the live session, students get the opportunity to learn through the online session. One student has experienced and mentioned in the research that he has got a personal commitments during these sessions and he got a chance to work with this online session, make him to more inclusive when it comes to digital learning system. And the second one would be enhance the digital skills. Participants in online learning required students to use different digital platforms and technologies. This contributed to their technological competence as well. The third opportunity was greater access to learning resources. Through the ODL, students could access wider range of online educational materials and the resources as well. Taken together, these findings, it suggests that ODL can extend the possibilities of higher education beyond the physical classroom methods. Okay, when it moves to the findings, which I indicated as challenges and barriers. However, the findings also that demonstrate potential ODL is accompanied by significant challenges as well. The first major challenges would be the poor internet connectivity, as we all know. Participant responds that the unable connectivity could interrupt learning and in some cases, students miss their important lectures and the lecturers as well, which make them more concerned about this issue. One participant described how unstable internet connectivity in their village often resulted in missed lectures, which shows huge problem. The second challenge was reduce the learner engagement. Lecturers observed that some students remain passive during the virtual discussion even when they are attending online class, where the question make here is that inclusive. That's why I said already that the online making classes not always as inclusive in higher education, where the passive engagement of students make it more worse. The third challenge was limited institutional support. Participated highlighted issues relating to technical infrastructure and training as well. These findings indicate that successful ODL requires more than an online platform. Students need reliable connectivity and resources, while lecturers need institutional and technical support to deliver effective online teaching method. When the findings are considered together, they lead to an important argument that ODL has significant potential to promote inclusive higher education through flexibility and the other learning resources system. At the same time, the persistent barrier can limit the inclusivity. The equal participation and fair distribution of the knowledge is limited here. This means that inclusion cannot be understood simply as providing students with online class or a digital platform. For example, students may have a technical access to participate online lecture but still be disadvantageous if their internet connection is unstable. Therefore, strengthening digital infrastructure and institutional support is essential to maximize the inclusive potential at ODL. I have put out some recommendations for the universities and the lecturers and students for increase this inclusive part. When it comes to universities, they should have strengthened the digital infrastructure and improve the learning management systems, and also have to provide continuous technical support to both lecturers and the students as well. When it comes to lecturer, they have to adapt the learner-centered teaching. And also they have to increase the interaction with students somehow in the digital platform. Also, they have to encourage the collaborative learning system. When it comes to students, they have to improve the digital literacy to work with digital world. As we are moving with AI connecting world, it's very important to learn about the digital literacy. Also, develop self-directed learning skills as well. And thank you so much. For the conclusion, I have to tell that open and distance learning has significant potential to promote the inclusive higher education by improving the flexibility, accessibility, and learning opportunity. However, the challenges that we are facing, digital inequality, limited support from the institutional side, and the reduced learner engagement continue to affect the meaningful participation. So, we have to understand that technology can extend the access to education, but only equitable access, meaningful participation, and strong institutional support can achieve truly inclusive higher education. Thank you so much for listening. And I would like to welcome any questions and comments from your side.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rekasa. So any question from the audience? So we don't have any question in the platform as well. So I have one question. So now in your the interviews, you have used only 25 participants.
Yes.
I think that you need to include more participants for this kind of studies. What is your comments about that?
So when it comes more than going to the quantitative study with a higher level of participation, I wanted to make it more smaller scale, narrow it with the students who have experienced these issues and the opportunities. That's why I have chosen 25 participants with the 20 students and 5 lecturers from the different areas who had the challenges as well as the opportunities during this thing.
So didn't you do any kind of a statistical analysis to find the number of participants for this kind of study?
Okay, I made this with different state universities. I have chosen participants from the University of Chefna, that's from the different geographical side, and the University of Southeastern, and University of Kelaniya, and University of Bruno. From the different geographical side, I have chosen 5 students from each universities to make it more inclusive.
I think it's better to carry out a statistical analysis to find the participants.
Yeah, I
as
got
well.
that.
So any other question from the audience?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. When I look at, I think this is a similar question. You had 25 participants.
Yes.
But what I thought was during the COVID time, after the COVID, Asian Development Bank did a very similar survey. I don't know, I think the survey report is still available in the Asian Development Bank. I think they had maybe hundreds of participants, and they did precisely the same thing. And there is a very good report. You should read it.
Okay, sure.
It must be available on the Asian Development Bank in the reports, because Sri Lanka came up with a very high standing even among the developed countries during that time for remote learning. Simply because we had the necessary infrastructure for remote learning. But I don't know, since then I think the connectivity problem has become much more serious.
Yes.
Most of the students today tell that the connectivity is the biggest problem. So maybe, I don't know, because these kind of studies must be done every few years so that we can identify the real problem. So you have done the good things, but as the previous questioner said, you have to expand the number of participants in this kind of studies to identify the real problems.
Yes,
because these are practical problems, not theoretical problems.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Any other question? Right, thank you very much,
Thank you
Ms.
so much.
Rekasa. So we have a round of applause for her as well. We'll go to the next presentation. The title is Bridging the Liveware Gap, a mixed method study on digital infrastructure readiness and pedagogical awareness among lecturers and prospective teachers at Sri Lankan National College of Education. The author is, and the presenter is, C.L. Rodrigo.
Good morning, distinguished guests and all the, my kind audience. The main topic was bridging the liveware gap. This is related to the national policy of 2026 of digitalization in the education system in Sri Lanka. So this mainly, I was focused in the national colleges of education because I'm a lecturer at that position, and we are having 21 national colleges of education who prepare, technically prepare the teachers as the prospective teachers for this system, and already there are 5,000 prospective teachers studying at the moment in the national colleges of education. And at the moment, the government has a prominent work done in the digitalization projects among these national colleges of education. So the problem is, we can see the national investment is there, yet there are understudied gap between this liveware. So whether that is applicable, or how can we check that liveware gap? Is there any dimensions about this liveware gap to select? That is my main aim of this research, and as well as still this is an ongoing research. Up to now, I have done my pilot sessions with the small, limited group of participants, and the main purpose is the measurable disconnect between the provisioned infrastructure and the digital awareness, and the TPAC competency and the psychological readiness of the NCOE lecturers and the prospective teachers were just to select how their readiness with this digitalization among the national policy they have working on. So these are the main research objectives of mine. So assess the availability and the accessibility of digital hardware, software across the 21 NCOEs, and evaluate the lecture digital pedagogical awareness, TPAC competency, and the policy literacy. Measure the prospective teachers' digital literacy, self-efficacy, and psychological readiness. Identify specific dimensions of liveware gap through triangulated analysis. Propose a 3-tiered recommendation framework for human capacity development. So related research questions were there. And this is grounded in 4 complementary frameworks. The first one is called the shell model. The software, hardware, environment, liveware, positions human readiness as the decisive variable in socio-technical systems. And the second one, the TPAC model, the technological pedagogical content knowledge, the integrated competency to teach content through technology and pedagogy together. The third one, by Rogers' theory, diffusion and innovations, why and what rate new technology adoption spreads through an institutions. Then the final one, the techno-stress, the psychological strain and resistance that can accompany rapid mandated technology adoption among the staff. So among that 4 frameworks, I have done the survey, survey A, B, and with this focus group discussion for prospective teachers with 51 items, 50 items with the Likert 5 scale domain, and 1 is an open-ended question, as well as for the NCOE lecturers. And the focus group discussion was done with the presidents, vice presidents, and the program coordinators across all 21 NCOEs. That is the aim of mine, to finalize with the administrative layer about this digital awareness of the and the digital readiness of the NCOEs with the new policies. And here there are 5 hypotheses I was working on. The liveware gap. The infrastructure is there. Access differs significantly from composite. Liveware readiness is to be checked there. And the TPAC readiness, basically technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and the technological content knowledge, how the prospective teachers, the psychological readiness is there. And the policy and support. The lecture policy awareness correlates with the institutional support. And finally, the modeling TCK. Lecture modeling relates to prospective teachers with the content, technological content knowledge, and techno-stress by tenure. The techno-stress differs by lecturers. Years of professional experience were managed to find out about the as the hypothesis under my research. So according to this point, now I said that most probably the government is investing huge amount of financial support to the National Colleges of Education. And when we come to these softwares and hardwares, yes, they are there. But the problem is, when we come to a human capacity, the liveware part, how and whom to train, and where the capacity is there, you have to check. So under my research, this is what I have found, the new formula called the Liveware Readiness Index. Basically, I have research on 2 formulas. This is the first one, called the Liveware Readiness Index, which is covered by these 5 areas: digital access, teaching and versus the technology, policy knowledge, TPAC, and confidence, well-being. So I have weighted that areas like 10%, 25, 15, 30% to 20% with a very literature review-based background. And according to this Liveware Readiness Index, the layer of the administratives can decide among the lecturers or the prospective teachers how and what to do with our environment with the training sessions occurs. Whom and how, when and to what sessions that our students or the lecturers should be. Right, then this is the pilot sample was done in my college, like with 7 lecturers and 21 prospective teacher responses. And I just check the Cambridge alpha over all the instruments, like it is 0.93 and 0.94 with the lecturers and the prospective teachers. It shows that excellent overall internal consistency there, and still it's working on all the lecturers in the NCOEs and all the prospective teachers in the College of Education, so it's learning now, but the lack is done because of their internal examinations was done, so I couldn't reach the students at the moment. So then this domain scores, according to that 5 streams with both sections. So median scores were there with 2.67 and 2.78 with the lecturers and the students. That is a consistent pattern is there, which says that the Liveware Readiness Index with the formula that I have explained to you is 3.44 and 3.53. Shows that it's in the median level, which we have to consider on our sessions where we have to ready our lecturers and the prospective teachers when we are going to digitalize in this total infrastructure and the liveware readiness of the lecturers and the prospective teachers. So this is the second formula that I want to explain. That is called the TPS. That means the Training Priority Score. So which was collected from the data, weight, into 1 minus mean over 5. This is developed by using the Boric 1990, there was a very popular model called Boric Needs Assessment Model, which is the priority equals to importance into discrepancy. So that formula I just converted into my TPS, the training priority score equals to weight. Weight means the importance of the model that I have designed into 1 minus mean over 5 to find the discrepancy. Then according to this score, then we can check what is the priority should be given to our lecturers or our prospective teachers when a training session occurs. So that is the main two formulas that I have. I am trying to find out whether which it will work in this ground, in this environment. So I just went through my collected data, and I was analyzing with this statistical point of view, the H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5. So you can see that the H4 is not computed because there are not enough data. So I am working on this in the future, and I trying to find out and finalize the formulas were applicable for this system that we can apply it for the managerial level and the decision makers. And key finding is access, not capacity. It is the binding constraint. So both groups independently rate digital access lowest according to the pilot data collection, while every knowledge and confidence domains sits in the average band. So here we can see the student composite readiness is significantly exceeded the lecture readiness. And the TPAC domains, then you can see I have given the 30% weight for this TPAC model because that is the most important in this digitalization in education system. So then according to that according to the raw means, we cannot just think about the value of this TPAC priority, but that's why I am waiting and weighted that training priority score, and after that we can finalize what kind of a background is there with the student or the lecturer. So there are some limitations, right? When you come to this, data collection was done in one institution, then this small lecture sample was there because only 21 lecturers are there. So out of that 21, I just collected among 7. And this collection, this data collection was also done by using a very important application. And after that only, I just wanted to find out whether there is any possibilities they can use that type of responses also. So I found there are also some issues when it comes to both of the students and the lecturers. So there means when we are finding some training programs or when we are finding some enhancement programs of the digitalization, they have to come up with this thing. So that is the main part of the research of mine. So if there is any questions and discussions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodrigo. So this is a very good study, especially for your institution. Any question from the audience? So we have one question in the this platform. So the question is, how did you quantify or measure a numerical value for concepts like physiological readiness and psychological readiness and policy strength? That is the question. Question one. And second one, was it just the lecturers or teachers' perception? I'll read the question again. Right? The first one, how did you quantify or measure a numerical value? Probably this is referring to the LRI, right?
For the LRI?
Yes. And how did you quantify measure a numerical value for concept like psychological readiness, and policy strength.
Yeah, this formula, that means the policy readiness is depend on this part here.
So can you go to the presentation?
Sorry. So anyway, I can just explain that. Now I have just done this survey among that 5 sections now. Section 1 is professional profile and digital access. I have given the weight as the 10%, and the section 2, the pedagogical leadership and the digital modeling, that is 25%, and policy awareness and the strategic alignment with 15%, and the TPAC with 30%, and the institutional support with the psychological readiness. So this was taken actually from the Shan L. Yang, Digital Competency for Sustainable Education Pre-Service Teachers. There was a research paper done how to, that is the frontiers in psychology, that is article, the 16th article. Then in that article, they were described clearly how to weight that models according to our research base. So now here, now I have the digital access. I normally have weighted that as 10%. So that is totally depend on the survey items according to this instrument. So now this, what do you call, you need to find out the psychological readiness of the teacher, lecturers and the teachers. So I have mentioned here 10 questions. So according to that 10 questions, they can get the responses. Among that responses only, I have coded that, and I have measured the value for that amount related to this questionnaire. So this is the instrument, or this is the tool we are going to use to finalize the LRI. So there are 10 questions here. According to our responses only, I will get my LRI.
Right. So he's saying that basically based on the literature, right?
So,
basically based on the literature you have taken.
This is the instrument tool that I have.
Right. Any other question or clarification? Anyone? Right. Okay. So then we will go to the next session. Thank you. So we'll have a round of applause for Mr. Rodrigo as well. Next presentation is a group stratified reliability framework for trustworthy early GPA prediction in higher education. The authors are Sairu Vitarana and Tiloka De Silva.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sari Vitarna from the University of Moratuwa, and today I'll be presenting to you a group-stratified reliability framework for trustworthy GPA prediction. And this is joint work with my supervisor, Dr. Tiloka De Silva from University of Moratuwa. Universities, they increasingly rely on these GPA predictions for academic advising and to support the students in need. Yet most of these studies, they only focus on prediction accuracy only. So even if a model is overall highly accurate, the small error you could see could be directly related to the students who are struggling the most, which means the model is actually failing the students who need support the most. And also, when you only look at prediction accuracy, you fail to see if these predictions are actually stable and if these predictions are equally reliable for different student groups in a data set who differ in terms of performance levels. The novelty of this research is that we are not only looking at how accurate the predictions are, but when do these predictions actually be reliable for decision making. Which means we decide when these predictions are reliable by looking at prediction accuracy, prediction stability, and also the error asymmetry between different groups in a higher education context. So if we look at the existing literature that support this research, the first study, the systematic literature review done in 2025, this included 212 studies, out of which only 5.6% reported fairness metrics and even lesser count reported stability metrics, which shows that there is a critical gap in terms of assessing these criteria. And the prediction survey that has been done in 2020 showed that most of the studies are classification-related studies, which means the group level bias and also the continuous error is rarely quantified in the current literature. And also, another study on GPA prediction done in 2018 shows us that there was very high recall for good performing students, but lesser, near zero recall for poor students, meaning it shows that there is an error asymmetry among different groups in a data set. So what we'll be finding out from this research is the reliable prediction points for each of these groups by taking into consideration prediction accuracy as well as stability. So the data for this research was obtained from the University of Moratuwa, Faculty of Business Science. And this data is spanning across 3 years, from 2017 to 2019. 178 data points are included in the training set, and we took the entire 2019 cohort as our training external test set. The main features are the pre-academic features such as Z-score, English marks, as well as the medium of instruction before university studies, and the demographics such as gender and district, and the academic factors such as the semester GPAs, as well as the department of study within the faculty. And as I mentioned, we do look at the different groups of students within the data set without considering all the students in one bucket. So we give a label to each of the students in the data set as underperforming, average, or performing students based on these final GPA thresholds as shown here. So one thing to note is that these group labels are never used as model inputs because that would be information leakage, but they will only be used for the analysis purpose and for the stratification of the students into these groups in the cross-validation step. So now if we look at the methodology we've used, for each semester, there is a semester-specific feature set which only includes the information up until that stage. Meaning for the 8 semesters, we have 8 feature sets and 8 models. And initially, we implemented 2 model families for this. One was linear regression family to see if a simple linear regression, linear model would capture the results accurately. And we combine it with rich regularization since there was multicollinearity in the data set. And another model family was random forest to see if nonlinear relationships exist, how well the model performance will improve. Upon testing out the 2 model families, as shown in this table here, at each semester, rich regression outperformed the random forest results. Therefore, the rest of this research is focused on the rich regression model results. And this methodology is a two-stage evaluation process. The stage 1 is where we take the training set and we apply repeated K-fold cross-validation. So the entire training set is divided into 5 folds, and we repeat this 10 times because of the small sample size. And we end up with 50 unique splits of the training set. This is mainly needed to see how the metrics differ across different data splits and how sensitive the predictions are so that we can analyze if the predictions are actually stable. And the stage 2 is where we test on the external test set, which is the 2019 batch, to arrive at the final conclusions. And the heart of this methodology is this novel 3-criterion framework that we introduced to actually see if these predictions are reliable or not. And the first criterion in this framework is accuracy. So accuracy is measured in this research by root mean squared error metric. And the second criterion is measuring the stability of predictions. As I mentioned, in cross-validation, we will see how RMSE differs across the folds. So we measure the stability of the predictions based on the standard deviation of this RMSE across these different splits. And the third criterion is where we look at bias to see if there is any systematic over or under prediction of the GPAs in the early semesters. So any institution can use this particular framework to do this descriptive analysis and identify the in-depth analytics into the reliability of the predictions that we take from the early semesters. However, the thresholds we set for these criterions are context-specific and is dependent on the objectives you want to achieve from your analysis. So for this study and the institution we are working on, we decided to cap the accuracy or the RMSE at 0.25, which is half a meaningful GPA band of 0.5 GPA points. So for this model, we will only tolerate a maximum of 0.25 GPA points. And for the bias, which is the systematic error part from the total error of a model, we capped it at less than 50% of the total error of the model. Therefore, we capped it at 0.1, which is 40% of the total RMSE error allowed in this model. And for stability, it should show either a declining trend or a converging trend. So now let's see, based on the three criterion framework we are using and based on the thresholds we set for this analysis, how the two-stage evaluation is done. So what you see now is the stage 1 evaluation process, and these three charts you see is the heart of the study in the stage 1 evaluation. So the first chart shows you how RMSE or accuracy performs over the semesters for the three groups. And the second chart shows you how bias performs over time. And the third chart, line chart, shows you how prediction stability behaves over time. Also, the three colors denote the three groups. One is underperforming, red color shows underperforming, green line chart shows you the performing group, and the yellow line chart shows you the average performing group. So if you first look at the first line chart over here, we can see that the green and the yellow lines, which is the performing and the average groups, are within the thresholds from the early semesters. This threshold is showed by this horizontal black line. So from the early semesters, this criterion is satisfied. However, for underperforming students, the RMSE or the error is significantly higher in the early semesters, since these are the students who will be at the lower tail of the distribution. And now let's move into the second line chart, which is the bias. So if we focus on the green line chart, which is focusing on the performing group, the green line chart is also within the threshold from early semesters. And if you take a look at the third line chart, which is showing the prediction stability, we can see that it is showing a declining trend from the beginning, meaning all these three criteria are satisfied by the high-performing group from early semesters itself, meaning they will be reliable from early semesters itself. Now, if you take a look at the yellow line to see how average student group is performing, we can see that there is a spike, or the bias is passing the thresholds in the middle semesters, and after that it falls within the threshold, meaning the average students will become reliable later than the high-performing group. And the last insight we can get about the reliability is for the underperforming group. So if you take a look at the second line chart, we can see that they show a negative bias for the early semesters for this underperforming group, which means at early semesters, the GPA for underperformers are highly over-predicted. And also, the prediction stability is also non-monotonic. It first decreases and then increases and starts following a declining trend from around semester 4 and 5. So what we saw from this stage 1 evaluation is that the binding constraints to decide whether the predictions are actually reliable or not is not accuracy, but also other criteria such as bias and prediction stability. So upon completing the stage 1 evaluation, we can arrive at the final conclusions based from the stage 2 evaluation using the test set. So what is shown in this table is where these 3 criteria are satisfied for each of these groups and by which semester. So as shown here, for high performing group, both RMSE and bias criteria are satisfied by semester 3, meaning the earliest reliable point of prediction for the high performing students is semester 3. And the earliest reliable prediction point for average performing group is semester 4, and we can only reliably predict the GPAs for the underperformance by semester 5. So now it's clear that by just looking at the overall model accuracy metric, you can't really see what is happening to certain students in the data set, mainly the students who are in the lower tail who are struggling. The point at which we can reliably predict the GPAs differ across these groups. So as I mentioned, let's assume we only look at the overall model accuracy. So as shown here, this model shows that it passes the thresholds as early as semester 1 and 2.
Sairo, can you wrap up within 30 seconds?
Sorry?
Within 30 seconds, can you wrap up?
Yeah, so this shows that if we only look at the overall model accuracy, we would have agreed that by semester 2, we can reliably predict the GPA for all the students, which is not true. So what we found from this research is that accuracy alone is not a deployment criteria. We need to look at other criteria as introduced in the framework to decide if the predictions are reliable. And how can we use this for advising systems? Even if predictions become reliable by around semester 5 for a certain group, we do know the bias estimates early on. So these bias corrected estimates can be used in these advising systems to provide the support for the students in need, flagged as less than 100 full confidence. With that, I will wind up the presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Right, thank you very much. Any question from the audience? So we have not received any question in the platform. So in the absence of the questions, I have one question. So the predictor, so you have included gender and some other inputs, right? So for the predictor, as the inputs, you have indicated A-level medium and gender, district, and some other factors. So how about whether the student passing the A-level in first try, second try, or third try? Is it a matter?
Actually, that is also a very good aspect to capture within this, but due to the unavailability of data, it is not included in this research. So this can be improved with more such features included.
So how about other kind of personal factors, like whether the student is healthy when the exams comes, whether he is stressed, likewise kind of a personal factor didn't you consider?
So mainly in this research, I wanted to show like when we are judging how good a model is, when we only look at the accuracy, we are actually missing out to show that certain group that we are actually focused on is getting predictions in an unfair manner. So since that was the primary objective of this research, I did not include all the background factors we could include and focus mainly on the semester-wise GPA that every university collects.
Right. Thank you very much. Any other question?
Just to add on to that question, probably like you have like multiple features, which is good. Have you considered anything around feature selection, like adding multiple features? Because you have mentioned there is a multicollinearity issue, so that one particular model performed better, right? So have you considered that additional layer to make sure there is no such thing happening?
So are you asking whether we are planning to see how the feature importance evolves over time?
Yes.
Yes, that is actually the extension for this research, where we're integrating the module grades as well as a SHAP analysis to identify those patterns and trends.
Right. So you are planning explanatory things,
yes.
Which is good. Thank you.
So any other question? Right. So with the absence of the questions, thank you very much, Ms. Sairu Yutarana. Right. This ends the first session. of the ICODE 2026. So I will give you brief statistics of the session. So we had 4 presentations, as well as we took 1 hour and 10 minutes more than the time allocated. Sorry for that. But we need to have the discussion. That's why we have taken time. Thank you very much all. So we will have a round of applause for the presenters, authors, and the organizers of the session. Thank you very much. So this ends the session 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gopura. Before we let you go, we have a small token of appreciation. So I would like to invite Mrs. Vishaka Nayanekara, the Director for the Center for Open and Distance Learning, to provide a small memento. With that, thank you, Professor Gopura. And with that, we will be concluding session A. So now it's time for your first tea break. So refreshments will be served outside, and technical session C will be beginning in 15 minutes. So we expect you to be back in 15 minutes. You can go for tea right now. Welcome back, everyone. So we will be starting technical session C, which will be chaired by Professor W.D. Prasad, who is the professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, and he is also the director of the Division of Undergraduate Studies at Faculty of Engineering. So before I hand it over to Professor Prasad, again, a reminder on the Emojot QR, so you can ask your questions to the presenters using the QR. So just a reminder on that, and with that, I will be handing it over to Professor W.D. Prasad.
Right, thank you. So good morning to all of you. So let's come to session C of this particular presentation, ICODE 2026. Just a few announcements. So in this particular session, we have 6 papers to be presented. I hope 4 papers are presented physically here and 2 will be joining online. For all the authors, I hope you have already received the information regarding the presentation. So you will be given 20 minutes for the presentation, and there will be 3 minutes for question and answers. So here we will be showing you a notice of when you have 5 minutes, and also another notice when the remaining time is 2 minutes. And once the 12 minutes are over, there will be a bell ring. So I request from all the presenters to adhere to these guidelines so that we can finish the schedule, the proceedings on time. With that, let's go to the first presentation. The first one is Digital Transformation of Teacher Administration and Pedagogy, an AI-powered cross-platform ecosystem for South Asian educators. The authors are Gamit Dilshan, Timira Bandara, and Gayani Vikramaratne. So the first presentation, are there any authors? Gamit Dilshan, Timira Bandara, and Gayani Vikramaratne. So let's see. If so, we can go to the second paper, which is Digital Silence in Hybrid Higher Education, Learner Engagement Beyond Cameras, Chats, and Attendance Logs. So the author is Ashwini Kalika Karunaratne. Maybe we can start with the third presentation in line, which is Evidence-Based Design Principles for Student-Centered Digital Learning in Higher Education Insights from Sri Lankan Undergraduates. The author is Danindu Sandeepa Patirana. Right, I think we can go ahead with the second presentation, which is of Digital Silence in Hybrid Higher Education, Learner Engagement Beyond Cameras, Chats, and Attendance Logs, presented by Ashwini Kalika Karunaratne.
Good morning, dear professor and the fellow researchers who are present here today. So my presentation is titled Digital Silence in Hybrid Higher Education, Learner Engagement Beyond Cameras, Chats, and Attendance Logs. So this study examines a familiar but often misunderstood situation in hybrid higher education. So, students may be connected to a learning platform, but they may not always be visible or verbally present in the learning. So, my central argument throughout this entire research is very simple. That is, silence is visible, but its meaning is not. So, rather than automatically treating silence as an disengagement, so this study asks us to interpret what may be happening behind this student's silence in hybrid higher education contexts. So now I would like to begin this with a situation that many of us who teach online or hybrid classes will recognize. So imagine you start a class or a lecture, you see a full attendance list, so almost everyone is connected your Zoom lecture, but the cameras are off. So the microphones are muted, the chat is empty, but you know technically that the students are all present in the class, but the class seems very strange and empty. So the easiest conclusion that you come into is that these students are passive or they are disengaged with the lecture. But that interpretation is too simple, because now behind the screen, one student may be listening carefully, so another might be afraid of making a mistake, so he would be keeping his mouth shut, and another may have weak internet connection, and another may be protecting their privacy because there are some visitors in their houses, so that they may be switching off their camera. So this study begins from one puzzle. What does this digital silence actually mean? And my research move was to read silence before judging it. So why this study matters? Hybrid higher education has expanded digital access through video conferencing platforms, LMSs, recorded lectures, discussion boards, messaging applications, and digital assessment. But access is not the same as participation. So like teachers can see full attendance logs, camera use, microphone responses, chat posts, forum activity, and LMS things, but the students might hide very different experiences behind them. So the problem is not that the digital platforms provide no information, the problem is that visible activity can easily be mistaken for engagement itself. So this study therefore treats digital silence as a diagnostic signal for pedagogy access, inclusion, and quality assurance. So in other words, this research shifts silence from a deficient label to something that requires interpretation. Now if we look into the literature behind this concept, now it was mainly based on three theoretical lenses. The first one comes from Kaho's student engagement framework. So Kaho says that student engagement is shaped by psychological, social, structural, and institutional conditions. This means silence cannot be simply be treated as an individual weakness or lack of motivation. And the second lens is the community of inquiry framework developed by Garrison and colleagues. So it explains that online learning through teaching presents social and cognitive presence. Silence in online teaching learning can affect all three, particularly when students feel disconnected, unsafe, or unsure how to participate. The third body of literature concerns lurking and online silence. So research has shown that non-posting students might be non-posting purposefully, or they may protective, the non-posting things might be relational, or they might be saying something even political. So together these perspectives help me treat digital silence as a situated learner behavior. This is shaped by confident access, course design, teacher presence, and learning culture. So if we go to the research design very quickly, this is a qualitative exploratory study. There were 15 undergraduate students who were learning in a hybrid online learning context, and purposive sampling was used because the participant had experience with environments such as video conference platforms, LMSs, and WhatsApp learning groups, and also discussion forums. So I collected the data through two sources. The first one was an open-ended questionnaire which explored the students' camera use, microphone participation, chat response, forum posting, attendance feedback, peer interaction, and access to technology. The second was semi-structured interviews, which allowed deep exploration of students' reasons for silence, emotional responses, access difficulties, and learning preferences belonging. So, and the data was analyzed thematically. And so the most important thing now, how these data were interpreted. So an important analytical move in the study was the shift from visible traces to learner meanings. So now a teacher actually sees an off camera, a silent microphone, no chat response, little forum activity, attendance without interaction. So what does it actually happening is like, is the learner thinking, does public visibility feel risky? Is access unequal? Is the learning design suppressing participation? Is the student beginning to withdraw? So the teachers have to ask these questions from himself or herself. So now, and also instead of immediately forcing students into public participation, the teachers can first ask what kind of silence they may be seeing and what conditions could support safer engagement. So, yeah, so now there's digital silence does not represent one fixed level of engagement. It moves along a continuum of visibility. So now, at one end, it is engaged visibility, invisibility. So that is, the students may appear silent while they are actually listening carefully, reading messages, taking notes, following peer responses, preparing answers privately, or learning through observation. And in the other end, in the bottom corner, that is silence withdrawal. Here, silence is connected to anxiety, feeling ignored, technological restrictions, emotional detachment. Like they want to withdraw from the lesson, but in the first thing, engage in visibility, they are engaged, but they do not want to show that they are engaged. And the silent withdrawal, the bottom most is the they actually don't want to participate in the lesson. So so there are 5 forms of digital silence. The thematic analysis from the interviews, I identify 5 forms of digital silence. The first one is reflective silence. So this happens in a Zoom class or an online class where students are quiet because they are thinking or processing information or preparing a response. So there's a second silence called protective silence. So students avoid speaking, typing, switching on cameras because they fear mistakes. And because they fear mistakes, they may fear that their peers must joke at them, or they fear about pronunciation difficulties and all of these things. And the third is access-based silence. So they become silent in the Zoom class because the lecture is, because there's weak internet, limited devices, and the data costs, unstable electricity, all those things, because of the technical failures, they are silence. And the fourth is design-induced silence. So this becomes particularly important for educators because the lecture design, the way the lesson is flowing, or the way the lecturer is doing the lesson is very heavy, and the questions are too broad, and the activities are not meaningful. The way the lecturer has designed the lesson is very difficult for them to engage with in a Zoom platform. And the fifth is withdrawal silence. Here, students become emotionally detached, avoid responses, may remain present only to, they may come to the class only to mark the attendance requirements. They just they actually don't want to participate in the class. Right. So, and also, beyond these 5 forms, the study generated 3 higher order insights. The study also generated these 3 insights. The first one is called the visibility pressure paradox. Now, the student wanted teachers to recognize their effort, presence, and difficulties. But the usual ways of making engagement visible, such as camera, verbal answers, frequent chat posts, instant responses, created a measure. So the students wanted to be noticed but not exposed. And also the second concept is hybrid in-betweenness. Some students did not experience hybrid education as a smooth combination of online and face-to-face learning. Instead, they felt suspended between the 2 spaces. So, and also they felt like it's difficult for them to manage in the classroom. The third concept is layered participation. The students were more willing to participating when engagement moved gradually from low risk to high risk forms. Now, for example, the teacher uses a poll and sees the engagement of the students before sending them a private message. And also this lecturer types in a short written response before a group interaction starts. So likewise, the teacher scaffolds the lesson. And so now there's this listen framework, the pedagogical listen framework. So it's a diagnostic framework. So the teacher first asks, now how to use this framework is that the teacher first asks, what kind of silence might this be in the classroom? So is the learner processing information? Is it visibility risk? Is it access unequal? Is the learning, So is the learning suppressing participation? So now L is for low pressure. So the first one is you have to, the lecturer must see what kind of silence is there in the class. And then L is for low pressure entry point, like she had to use low pressure things like polls, short tries, private replies to engage the students. And the second one is inclusive norms that protect confidence and private and safely. Had to create an inclusive environment in the classroom with some good rules and regulation. And S is for structured interaction. That is, you have to give them some roles to the students in the classroom. And T is for teacher presence. So the teacher should always give feedback and visible support in the classroom. And E, equitable participation modes. That is, you should always use verbal, written, visual as asynchronous options. And N is for noticing invisible engagement is throughout the lesson, you have to notice whether the cameras are switched and say that I have noticed your engagement.
Can you quickly finish within maybe 30 seconds?
So, and discussion and implementations. And for teachers and institutions, so for teachers, you can use this listen model as a strategy to engage the students in their classrooms. And for institutions, they can just treat this pedagogical model as when they are treating on hybrid education classes. And so now the question is whenever, my last point is whenever we are doing a Zoom class or an online lecture, rather than asking why are they silent, so we have to ask what conditions would make participation safer, flexible and meaningful, and then gradually take the students to speak and engage in the classroom. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So we can go for some questions. Any questions from the audience?
Hello, thank you for that presentation. So I have one question. Now you mentioned there are different reasons why students are silent when it comes to engagement. So now, and you also mentioned that certain students are silent because of fear of asking questions or for certain emotional reasons. For those type of students, what do you see as most practical ways of getting them to engage?
So that's basically, that is constructed to this listen framework. So you can, to make those students with anxiety or this problems when switching on the camera, you can start with low pressure entry points. That means you can use, you can privately reply to the students, or you can write shortly to the students. You can use polls, and first you can use like polls in the class and ask the students their opinion rather than telling the students to speak and tell their opinion. And then we can go to inclusive norms, and you can make the classroom private, confident and safe by setting some ground rules. And there comes structured interaction, teacher person. So now this actually, if we follow this, now here framework logic is we have to first read the silence. So ask diagnostic questions. So choose a safer response, reduce silence withdrawal. So this framework, if you look at this framework, there are some strategies on how to overcome this that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So there is one question from in the system. What was your solution for protective silence specifically?
Yeah, so protective silence, again, so we can now, if we look at this listen framework, again, now I is inclusive now. So we are encouraging the privacy, confidence and safety of the students. The lecturer must say to the students, you are, your privacy or your safety is not harmed in this online environment, so you are always okay to switch on the camera and then speak in the classroom. So like you can create this inclusive notes as in the I in the listen framework. And yeah, right.
Right, thank you. So any more questions from the audience?
Yeah, thank you, your detailed presentation, and I appreciate the effort. My question is on the sampling. One of the slide you mentioned 15 students. So those 15 students from which university or from any particular faculty or department?
Yeah, so it was 15 undergraduates from the University of Moratuwa, first years. But now I actually this is the first phase of this research. But this is like I only wanted to explore this why the silence happening. In the second phase, I want to increase the sample size, and then I want to actually validate this listen framework response and go into more quantifying this aspect. Yeah.
Yeah, so my concern is, not to choose the samples from the same university, same faculty, or within a single department.
So when we are quantifying it, I would rather, now this is purposive sample, it's from my own faculty, my own department, a class I take, the students. But in the second phase, I'm going to select it from several faculties and several student groups and all those things.
Right, thank you for your presentation. Thanks. So the next presentation is behavioral determinants of learner engagement decay in open and distance learning, the role of digital learning behaviors and self-regulated learning. The authors are Praveen Madhushanka Pereira, Ashan Lakshita, Chetani Kumarapeli, Matiwatanan Yokentira, and Chaturika Valivita.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chaitanya Kumarafeli from Department of Computer Science, the Faculty of Natural Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. So I'm here to present our research titled Behavioral Determinants of Learner Engagement Decay in Open and Distance Learning, the Role of Digital Learning Behaviors and Self-Regulated Learning. So open and distance learning has transformed higher education by making learning more flexible. Students can study from anywhere on any time. So it makes higher education accessible for most of the people who cannot access traditional learning methods. So even though ODL increases access, it also reduces face-to-face support because students couldn't meet their peers and their lecturers. So, and another point is students must self-manage learning as well. So they have to create their own learning methods, their own timeline likewise. So one thing that happens and one thing that becomes a major challenge in this ODL system is engagement decay. Engagement decay means students after a long time, they become relatively a decline in engaging with the activities, learning activities. So this is known as the engagement decay. So previous studies have shown that self-regulated learning and active use of learning management systems helps students remain engaged. Digital tools also influence students' learning behaviors, but there is still limited research on how different digital learning behaviors and self-regulated learning together affect learner engagement in the Sri Lankan open and distance learning, especially at the Open University. So our aim was to investigate behavioral determinants of learner engagement decay in open and distance learning. So these were the objectives we used to achieve our aim: examine LMS learning behavior, examine notification-driven learning, examine social media learning, examine self-regulated learning, and also we compared differences by gender, program, employment, and study hours. So as our methodology, we used a quantitative cross-sectional survey. We used a quantitative survey because we needed to gather a large amount of numerical data to do our statisticals. So because this is a cross-sectional survey, we gathered only on-time data, and also this included 236 undergraduates from 3 faculties including IT, science and engineering, and we used a 5-point Likert questionnaire. So after gathering all the data, we used IBM SPSS to do our analysis part. So this used a reliability test to check whether our questions consistent with our aim, and then the descriptive analysis was done to summarize our data, and the Pearson correlation was conducted to check whether there is a relationship between engagement decay and also the learning behaviors. A t-test was conducted to compare between females and males, and a one-way ANOVA was conducted to compare between different programs, study hours, and employment status. So this is our demographic profile. And these are the results we gathered from reliability analysis and descriptive statistics. So these are our main findings. So the one of the most important finding was that notification-driven learning positively associated with engagement decay. It means students are engaging with their studies only when they receive notifications saying that there is an assessment or an exam on time. So that is why it is an positively associated with engagement decay. And another important finding was that LMS behavior and self-regulated learning negatively associated. It means that students on their own use LMS regularly and use self-studying methods methods are negatively associated with engagement decay. And we also found a weak positive association with social media and engagement decay. It means social media alone do not cause engagement decay. It depends on the purpose of what you are using these social medias. And also we also did comparisons between males and females and showed that engagement decay is higher in males than females, and the engineering students show a higher engagement decay compared with the other IT and science students. Employed students showed engagement decay than the unemployed students, and students who studies less than 5 hours per week showed higher decay compared with the students who studies for more than 15 hours a week. So as for the discussion, we can say that autonomous learning protects engagement. It means you are using your own self-learning methods rather than depending on reminders to start studying. You can become autonomous learning protects engagement. And also dependent on reminders promotes reactive learning. It means you only react to notifications to study. You are not thinking about how to manage your time or how to manage your study methods to learn. So it becomes a dependence on reminders becomes a higher engagement decay purpose. So then another one is self-regulation and LMS use should be strengthened. Then these are the practical implications for ODL institutions we suggest. The first one is promote self-regulated learning. It means you should give some training to students to show them how to manage your time, how to do self-learning because they are going to a new structure. They do not know how to work in an ODL situation. And the next one is improve LMS active learning features. It means LMS should include things such as quizzes and interactive videos, audios, and such things. Then use learning analytics. It means the universities should use LMS activities and try to analyze whether some of them are you can find whether who are prone to this engagement decay. That way they can help those students to stop going into the worst case scenario. And then they provide flexibility for employed students, because most of the students are employed students according to our statistics. It is better if we can give them flexible assessment timelines, and we can provide them recordings such as. So these are the limitations we found in our research. The first one is cross-sectional design. Because we used an on-time cross-sectional design, we couldn't gather a long-range time duration data. So it would be better we can use a longitudinal design for further enhancement. Another thing is single institution, because we used Open University. Only Open University students for this to gather data. It should be better we can use multiple institutes so that we can generalize this information. And the next one is self-reported responses. When the students give these responses, these can be biased because they do not know about their abilities and all. And as conclusion, we can say that digital learning behaviors significantly influence engagement. And also, we should help students to reduce reliance on notification. And also, we should encourage independent, self-regulated learners. So thank you. I'm open for your questions.
Right. Thank you for timely finishing your presentation. So any questions from the audience?
Thank you for the insightful research that you have conducted. So what do you think about like the engagement and motivation together with the time? Isn't it faded away based on the module that they are into and based on the maybe the time that they are interacting with? Like, will it be the motivation and engagement of the students? So will it be same as it is? I mean, can we apply this self-regulated the kind of engagement through a self-regulation from the students' end? Will it be stay same like the motivation and the engagement of the students?
We used employed, unemployed, likewise we used categories. One thing we found that engineering students faced most the higher decay, engagement decay, because their course tutorials are high, they have more practicals, likewise. So depending on that, actually there are differences with these results, and also these results are from Open University. There's a problem with the generalization, because Open University is the highest, largest university in Sri Lanka that uses ODL. So the students and their capacities are actually different when you compared with the other universities. And also when we start degrees, we also give training to students how to use this ODL and all. There is a difference. That's why I said we have to generalize and collect data from the other universities as well.
So a small addition to that, right? So we have last year conducted such a research, and how can we use gamification to keep student motivation and engagement, to improve them the academic performances, right? So in that specific case, we also identified even the static gamification methodologies are not going to be really workful for the students, because they even get used to the kind of that digital still. Though it's going to be context dependent, still static gamification methods also with the time going to decline the student engagement and motivation. So there we found the most possible solution would be moving into adaptive gamification methodologies to be present in learning management systems. So small addition to the work, right? That means adding some intelligent layers to identify learners, to make the learner profiles, and then to customize the context we present to each and every student based on the academic performances they have, which is like happening in games, right? So add some gamification elements, which is adaptive based on the performances, would be something that you also can try over this specific work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you for the questions. And I do have one question. In your presentation, you were mentioning that LMS behavior is in a way kind of have negative impact. And
no, not the LMS behavior, actually the notifications.
Okay. So now the question is now in your study, you have used 200 plus numbers
236
students.
students.
Numbers of undergraduate students. Now, when it comes to this engagement, don't you think that now you need to have kind of an input from the people who are coordinating the LMS, the module, in this kind of a platform for your work?
Actually, these students were from level 4, it means the second year students, so they already used these LMS and all things for 1 year. That's why we used these these students as our data selection.
Right, so that's good. No, my point is maybe from the lecturers kind of thing, don't you need an input?
Yeah, we can consider it for further announcement. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, because definitely we can actively use LMS for this kind of mode of delivery. So that's why I suggested that. Thank you. And any more questions from the audience, if there are any? Right, it seems not. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, before going to the two presentations which are on online mode, can I check whether there are any participants, any authors from the two papers The first one, digital transformation of teacher administration and pedagogy, and AI-powered cross-platform ecosystem for South Asian educators. This is Gamit Dilshan, Timira Bandara, and Gayani Vikramaratne. No. And the second one, evidence-based design principles for student-centered digital learning in higher education, insights from Sri Lankan undergraduates. Danindu Sandeepa Patirana. Right, seems to be no. So the next two presentations are on online mode. I think they are here. So the first one is AI-assisted content and language integrated learning, enhancing English language proficiency among Tamil medium social sciences undergraduates. The authors are Lakshika Raghuram and Shami Shanmuganathan. So I hope we can go. You are muted. We can't hear you.
Sorry. Should I share screen or you are going to share? Am I supposed to share screen?
You can share.
Am I supposed to share screen?
Yeah, you can share the screen.
Pardon?
Can you hear us?
Yes, can I hear you? Am I supposed to share screen?
Yeah, you can share. You should be able to share the screen.
Okay. So,
Yes,
good morning, everyone.
And you can start. Before that, so the allowed time for your presentation is 12 minutes.
Yes.
And try to finish it within 12 minutes. I hope even though we show some notifications, you will not see those things. So
Okay.
you can finish within 12 minutes.
Fine. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. And I would like to thank the organizing committee for letting us present online. By the way, I am Lakshika Raghuram from the Department of English Language Teaching, University of Jaffna. And my co-author is Sharmi Shanmuganathan from the Northern Uni, Jaffna. Then the title of our presentation is AI-assisted content and language integrated learning, enhancing English language proficiency among Tamil medium social sciences undergraduates. Right, here you can see an overview of our presentation. Moving on to introduction. Let me start by introducing the pedagogical approach that at the center of the study. Here, content and language integrated learning is widely recognized as an effective pedagogical approach for integrating disciplinary content with second language development. Clearly focuses on the successful acquisition of a language through the processes of understanding and creating meaning. Unlike simply teaching a subject in a second language. In CLIL, content and target language acquisition are treated as being of equal importance, whereas in English medium instruction, content takes precedence over the medium or medium through which it is delivered. The growing integration of artificial intelligence in higher education has opened new possibilities for enhancing both language learning and subject content understanding through AI-assisted CLIP. So this study investigates the effectiveness of AI-assisted CLIL in improving the English language proficiency of Tamil medium second year social sciences students at the University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. Now moving on to the literature context, uh, unlike traditional approaches, the CLIL approach focuses on the creative and functional use of language for cognitive development and communication. Thompson and McKinley note that CLIL supports learners in achieving their situational language needs. In the Sri Lankan context, CLIL aligns with national educational goals of improving English proficiency for academic advancement and global opportunities. Recent research also suggests that CLIL enhances learner engagement by providing comprehensible input, encouraging interaction, and facilitating meaningful output, fostering cognitive and linguistic development. It also promotes learner motivation through authentic and relevant content, contributing to positive language identity formation. AI integration offers additional support by providing adaptive input, scaffolding, um, compre- comprehension, and enhancing reading engagement. Right? Within this framework, AI integration offers additional support. This is really the gap our study steps into understanding how that AI support functions in practice. Uh, the objective of our study was to examine the effectiveness of AI-assisted CLIL in improving the L2 proficiency of second year Tamil medium social sciences undergraduates at the University of Jaffna, because we have incorporated this approach recently, and it is going well. But in the approach, in the sense, the CLIL approach, but since AI integration is novel, we just try to incorporate that also in this approach. And the research hypothesis is students' performance in L2 is significantly higher after the AI-assisted CLIL intervention. And in methodology, we adopted one group quasi-experimental mixed methods design with 34 second year, I already mentioned, 34 second year Tamil medium students for one academic semester. Students we collected data through pre-test, post-test, and semi-structured interviews after obtaining ethical approval and informed consent. And students completed researcher-developed pre-test and post-test assessment measuring English reading and writing skills. Although we were focused on reading and writing skills, every week they were asked to deliver an oral presentation also. And semi-structured interviews were conducted to explore their perception and experience with the intervention. They engaged with social sciences related English text and tasks while using AI tools, particularly ChatGPT and Gemini, to support their content and vocabulary development and text comprehension, because previously most of them used Google Translate, but after this AI, after the adoption of AI, then they use translate. They translate text using AI tools also. And when it comes to simplifying difficult concept or theories, they use this AI tools. And weekly presentations were also held to develop their speaking fluency. and findings and the conclusion will be delivered by my co-author Sharmi Shanmuganathan. Sharmi, are you there? Sharmi?
We can't see your presentation.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Sharmi? Oh, Sharmi, சொல்லுங்க. அப்ப அவருக்கு அன்மியூட் பண்ண சொல்லி கேக்கட்டா? Okay, okay, okay. Can you please let her enable unmute option? She is unable to unmute her microphone. The settings doesn't allow her.
No, I think that's okay now.
Yeah. So thank you, Ms. Lakshika. So now we will have a look at the data, the findings. So we collected the findings from both the pre-test and the post-test. And as you can see, so the mean score value rose from 68.76 in the pre-test to 71.18 in the post-test. And we further confirmed this improvement with the t-test also to add to the validity. And the t value equal to 2.68 and p equal to 0.11, and the coherence was 0.46. So from these findings, we can conclude that it's not just a fast increase. So over 2/3 of participants showed improvement, but this improvement was not just fast or it was modest, right? So it was consistent and modest. Not just a handful of high performances versus low performance. So the increase was moderate and modest, so which made our finding even more valid. So when we take all these together, these results indicate that so this in integrating AI into our CLIL, content and language integrated learning, is indeed a significant and meaningful step in enhancing the students' L2 performance, particularly in their reading and writing. As the first author said, they use AI effectively for their learning second language, in this case, English. So can you please move to the learner perceptions? Yeah, right, okay. So from our interviews, semi-structured interviews, because we did not rely only on numbers, we wanted to gather the participants' perceptions as well. And from the interview, the majority of the participants admitted that they are growing reliance on AI tools. So AI is now inevitably an integral part of our learning. So the students also admitted that their reliance on AI is growing from the early times until now. So it has been growing slow and steady. But they mostly use it for self-directed learning. So they don't learn the lecture notes or whatever. So they use it for their self-directed learning in case of English language. And interestingly, their speaking fluency also appeared to improve. So which gave us the assurance that they are using AI meaningfully in their content and language integrated learning. So taken together, these findings suggest that AI plays a valuable role in their self-learning as far as the second language is considered, and in relation to our content and language integrated learning, where we integrate content and language together to improve both. So can you please move to the conclusion slide? Yeah, thank you. So to bring together, we connected the most recent AI as well as the already existing CLIL, and we wanted to find out whether this AI assisted CLIL in any way improves their learning. So we found out, yes, it is an effective pedagogical approach for promoting English language development, and it also supports them for self-learning. And at the same time, as I already told, most of the students admitted that they rely on AI most of the time. So in this case, this draws us to another suggestion that the lecturers or the facilitators who are teaching need to incorporate critical AI literacy, which means whether they are to misuse AI in any case for their learning. So these matters need to be taken into consideration by the particular facilitators or the lecturers. So in that case, critical AI literacy and AI assisted skill, both of these have, from our study, we found that both of these have become increasingly significant in the current language learning process. So we suggest that the facilitators should train or equip our students to learn what is critical AI literacy, which is the ethical usage of AI tools in learning, and make them identify if there are any misuses, misinformation, and thereby they can enhance this learning even better. So can you please move to the next slide? So these are our references. We have only highlighted the key sources that helped us in this study, from foundational CLIL literature as well as the Sri Lankan working environment. So we will be happy to share the full references with anyone who is interested. And thank you very much for your attention, and both of us will be glad to take any questions from the panel.
Right, thank you very much for your presentation. And any questions from the audience with respect to this study? So seems to be no, and even we did not receive any questions in the online system as well. But just one question from me, right? Now, on this regard, you started with the hypothesis, and you have selected relatively low number. The sample size is around 34 students. So, I hope the conclusions you have derived from your study, to come to that conclusion with respect to your field of specialization, is the sample size enough?
No, actually, we don't think it is enough to generalize the findings. But since we are dealing with all the other faculties and all, we use this method. And those students who are really interested in learning English do well using this method. But those who neglect English actually ignore. They just generate content using AI, and they just translate, and they don't actually they don't actually focus on improving their language. But when it comes to the students who are really interested and enthusiastic, it works. But when we compel them for this content related, CLIL, I think it will work, but we are going to conduct a study with larger samples in future, integrating all the other faculties and even universities if possible.
Right, thank you. So again, Any questions from the audience? Right, seems to be no. So we can, right, thank you very much for your presentation and answering my
Thank you very
question.
much.
Thank you. The last presentation is an artificial intelligence-driven adaptive learning platform for equitable and multilingual ICT education in Sri Lanka, presented by Harshani Hariyendrian.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Check whether you can share your presentation. Right, we can see your presentation and you can start and finish it within 12 minutes.
Yeah, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harshini Hariyendran. I'm from Trincomalee. I'm a student at ATA, and I'm working developer and developing a Quantum Plus, and I'm not doing this research, and my other co-authors are Rameshan, who is working in Quantum Plus, and Dr. Bashir Prashant, he is working in the Ministry of Education and the lecturer and the resource person. So, by the way, our title is Artificial Intelligence Driven Adaptive Learning Platform equal to the multilingual IT education in Sri Lanka. Our research of AI-driven adaptive learning platform for the equal to ICT education. So this research based on the several factors. First, we first, we move on to the central thesis. We started this research when we get the data from that. First, we analyze a single AI model is not an innovation. So we consider the lot of the most developed part of. So we firstly analyzed about the passing why the students are fail rates. That based on that failing rates, we analyze how to integrate that AI to within that improve the students' performance as well. Based on that, we consider about the provider flexibilities and the evidence boundaries and the design contribution. So when we come to the AI, so we use the cloud and the local models. So based on hybrid innovation, we integrate one single system to evaluate the overall the student performance. So when we move on to the provider federal to the evidence grounded, so based on that, we have the data from that syllabuses and all stuffs in the physical one, but students based on that student performance, every students they can't access the all of the resources. That's a educational resources gap we find out, and the exams gap. All of the students they don't clear with that every questions, and the most of the students and they are coming from the rural part, they can't access, they don't have a good mentors, or they don't have a good resources getting area, so they don't have a internet access also. Based on that gaps, they don't have proper resource gatherings and the groups. So all of that failure rates, they have the high stresses and as well. So we evaluate from that. We are going to the get some details from the Ministry of Education and the published statistics. So national digital literacy is it's coming from the half a percentage. It's coming from 57.2%, and the urban released to the 72%, and the others also it will be get here. And here the learning gain by student level analysis get from the Ministry of Education data. It will show the how struggling students levels and the developing students levels and the low students levels. Based on that, we decide to develop one platform which is indicate with the filled all the gaps from this platform. So first we face one issue is the language, because we need to all come to the student based. We need a tri languages, this Tamil, Sinhala, and English. So based on that, after language and the curriculum, when we come to the move to the curriculum, there is the approval curriculum only approved for the GC O levels and the GC A levels exams. So that is the major thing we follow, because unauthorized documents or not approved curriculum is not it's willing to the students to going for answering methods and other stuff going to the wrong path. So based on boundary of the curriculum is very important. We we noticed, and context man is how fairness, but the explanation will be give to the students. It's very clearly manner. So when we produced one systems in the early year before the ICT chemistry, and we analyzed from that the personalized learning, how it will be improved, and get the NIE approved curriculums and the questions and the languages part, and we summarize all of that, and we move on to the syllabus and the searches as well. So here the working flow is here. So first, I'm audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. First we get the curriculum, and we sanitizing and make that a proper structure, and we feed it to our system. So within that, it have a one model as well. So based on that, our syllabus will structure in our basic model, and we going to the local AI tutoring and grading. It will analyze to the students and student performance and other resources and other scoring methods, and it will analyze the risk basis and the learner of the model, and it will produce the study planning as well. So let's me so when we design that prototype, we have two questions: which AI capabilities matter the cost, and how does the adoption state for the equal width. So identify these systems. So we use the NI curriculum, so that only the approval one, and adoption stay is equal for the give to the next analysis for the fair across the students. So it will be give the proper and proper way to go to the students. So this is our platform. It's called the InfoNexus, and here it have the seven subsystem that called the seven features in this platform, and 25 sub features we have, and the all it have initially is a 10 hours. It multiple mentors and the teachers are also onboarding here, and they can share also share their notes as well. So here in our within that system, we have analyzed our how many data for the exams and the students' masteries and what is the rank of the district ranks and the class ranks of students and how many hours that particular students study within the subject, and based on that subject they can do some exams as well. So some exams are produced from the within our system. So it will generated from the local and the cloud models. Based on that, exam will prepared, and teachers or others, teachers or mentors who will be approved that questions are correct or not, and that will be published to the students. That questions will summarize the give to the students in the testimonial category. So student can easily do that exams within their whole stages, and after the exam it will be give the scores and the risk predictions as well. Based on that, each and every subject and every sub-subject it will be conducted the risk levels, and based on that risk level score it will be produced the personalized study planners as well. So this is our system interface portal, and it will show the data. And here this is the chat system. It have the components as well, so they can generally get the data and the syllabuses also. They can we can classify from the each and every topic. Based on that syllabuses, the students can take the several answers from within that particular subject as well. And the resources and the exams will produce resources will approved resources will only here shareable, and the questionnaires and the exams will produced by the our within our NIC curriculum system, and the questionnaires will coming with the past papers as well. So I already told it's not a single model. It's coming from the clouds and the local models as well. So we because why we use is when we come to the rural area, they don't have an internet access as well. So we based on that areas we use the local models. Local models, and coming to the others, if any infrastructures are not have, we can use that the API systems as well. So hybrid models are we here used, and yeah, when we come to the API, we use the cloudly available APIs, the Open and Open API and Gemini, based on the trial languages adaptations. So, and when we here we handle the trial languages not given from the AI based. So AI will give the groceries not approved from our syllabus. So we get the groceries and we map the actual proper word of groceries from our local algorithm we used, and based on that we change we map that actual proper words to that generated content, and we give the finalized proper output for the students. So students can learn from the groceries and the proper manner of learning as well. And these are the features we have. So the topic will focus on the HI, and the chat I already explained. And the each and every question, the past papers we have a question and we have answer, but student know what is the why the answer is correct and why other answers are wrong. So based on that, our system will explain about what is the correct, why the correct answer is correct, and why the other answers are wrong. So it will be improve the students' learning process. So the student can understand how it will be apply for the similar or any other questions as well. So our study planners will generate it from the risk analysis. So each and every student risk and the score performance all are captured from their performance. Based on that, it will be analyzed here, and the syllabus and the exam generation and the translation supported have in the system. So students can get the knowledgeable from within the criteria. And this is the exam plan bill portal here. So when here the
can you quickly
here
finish within 30 seconds? Because you have taken more
Sorry?
than 12 minutes. Quickly finish within 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. So this is our exam generation will happen here, and this is our risk analysis will show like here, and the languages will be student can select it which language they do, and the exams will generate from that particular languages, and it will be that student can use from that. And these are the stakeholders, they can use this system. So these parents have a portal to track the student progress as well. And these are the our past system results. So this is the past paper questions, and this is our analysis about that. And here the traditional resources have, our system will give this kind of explanation for the students, so students can easily identify what is the proper answer, and what is the formulas, and what is they need to do for the steps. And this is our system now is developed for the ICT, so we are waiting for the piloting and get from the feedback. We feedback and the infrastructure. After that, we will deploy and use to the older students. So this is our overall ICT systems, and hybrid learning, and the hardenings, and the language fairness and pilot. So these are the resources, evidences we get from that when we started from the research. And thank you.
Right. Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
So, any questions from the audience? Anything?
So thank you for that insightful presentation. So my
Yeah.
question is, now you have used AI to generate supportive content, right? And you also mentioned when it comes to matching with the syllabus, local syllabus, you have used
Yeah.
RAG and manually done some corrections for the glossary terms. So
Yeah.
how did you actually validate whether the content that's generated to support these students are correct and it actually adheres to the convention that is given by the local syllabus?
Before we publish to the student, there is a mentors and the teachers have they have a portal, they can analyze if anything wrong from the student side. They have also have a feedback system as well, so based on that they can provide the feedback to the generation system as well. So based on that analysis, we can track our model is how impactfully working properly from that, and based on that analysis we can increase our weightage of our model, so for the accuracies.
Okay, so it was manually verified. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah, I have one question for you. Now, at the beginning, you were showing that you are you had the 7 kind of, I would say, features kind of things. And under
Yeah.
curriculum, you were saying like weak alignment to NIE, ICT syllabus, and national examinations. So,
Yeah.
what is the basis behind this statement, and why do you say so?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Yeah, you had mentioned in your presentation like under curriculum,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
weak alignment to NIE, ICT syllabus, and national examinations, something like that.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
how do you say so? What is the basis behind that statement?
So our syllabuses are only contained from the NI approved syllabuses. So based on that, the exam generations and exam questionnaires will be happen here, and we get the past papers. From that past papers, we get the explanation from the AI, and it will be published here. And all the AI responses will validate from the professionals and the teachers. So it will be properly answered or not for the initial stages. From coming to the next part, for the model improvement, it will be properly working from that our feedback. From that feedback, we will improve that models.
Right, okay, thank you. So hope no more questions from the audience too. Right, so that comes to the end of our session C. Thank you, Harshini, for your presentation.
Yeah.
So if I summarize, in this particular session number C of ICODE 2026, we had, as per the schedule, there were 6 papers to be presented. Among those, 2 were presented physically and 2 on online mode. That's all for the session. Thank you all the presenters and all the participants and all the organizing committee also. So thank you very much, and that concludes session C of the conference.
Thank you, Professor Prasad. So before we let you go, I would like to invite Dr. Buddhika Karunaratne, Deputy Director for Center for Open and Distance Learning, to provide a small felicitation for Professor Prasad. Thank you again, Professor Prasad, for chairing session C. So that will conclude session C, and now we will break for lunch. So lunch will be served downstairs. Our volunteers will guide you towards that, and we will meet in 45 minutes for our plenary speech.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had an enjoyable lunch. Before we start, I have another notification, a small reminder. Participants can submit questions and provide feedbacks on this session by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen. You can also view and upvote questions submitted by the others as well.
Okay, so let's kick off this afternoon session. So we will be having a plenary session by Dr. Srinath Pereira. So to introduce him, we will invite Dr. Buddhika Karunaratne, the Deputy Director for the Center for Open and Distance Learning and Senior Lecturer at the Computer Science and Engineering University of Moratuwa.
Thank you, Tarushi and Jagesh. A very good afternoon again. It's good to see you, everyone, after a quick but refreshing break, hopefully. And we do have a lot of things to look at in the afternoon as well. But before that, we will listen to this very inspiring speech. So I'm going to introduce the resource person, which I have done before. And it is my great pleasure to do it again and again, perhaps, hopefully. So the resource person for this plenary speech is a software architect and a programmer that works on distributed systems. He works as the head of research, WSO2, which is a pioneering global tech organization. And the resource person, he has co-architected a dozen of real-world distributed systems while authoring 2 books and 40+ peer-reviewed articles. And he received his PhD from Indiana University, USA, in 2009. And notably, he's a proud product of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, University of Moratuwa. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Srinath Pereira to deliver the plenary speech.
Good afternoon. Okay, it's a pleasure to be here. So I will start with talking about this talk. This, the talk says what will be left for us to work on. This is a talk from ICML, one of the keynotes. So I'm starting with that because that set the ground, it answers some of the questions which I don't want to talk about too much and get to our topic. So, and I recommend watching this talk because it goes through many topics and a lot of data. So the first, I'm only pointing out conclusions, right? The first argument this talk makes is that it argues that AI is a collaborative technology. What he means by that is it's a technology where humans and AI has to work together. Not a technology, the other technology he says, automated technology. That means fully automated technology. Technology where AI can, you don't need humans in the middle. So the reason he argues that is the challenge is reliability. Challenge is reliability. And he breaks it into 4 parts: consistency, robustness, calibration, and operational safety. And he argues that although he argues something called capability reliability gap. That means although the capability, what the models can do had improved a lot, the reliability haven't improved or had gotten worse. So, and when we go back and see, the challenge is verifiability. Challenge is how do you know its answer is correct? It's not good enough that the answer is 80-90% correct. The challenge is when it's wrong, what happens? And with AI, sometimes it's wrong in very bad way. If we can solve the verifiability, we can actually solve all other problems. We'll come to this, right? So then he argues that because AI is a collaborative technology, it is a normal technology. What he means by normal technology is that a normal technology, he takes electricity as an example. It took 30, 40 years for the full effect to be seen. That is because other technologies need to adapt, the user experience need to change, tools need to change so that you can take the full use of that technology. And he is arguing that it will be same for AI, right? So we will use it, but the full effect will take a long time and we'll make progress. And the third thing he argues that given these three, you have to choose two. I mean, this is a very standard way of giving a dilemma. So basically, if you cannot have a general purpose model which solves critical problems while having full automation, you can choose two. So from that, I would go to this analogy. This is not from that talk. This analogy first comes from a different talk, but it comes from HCI side. So the comparison is there's a human, he's walking, he's trying to get to some place. The analogy says that giving him AI is like giving him a horse, right? So now you can move faster, right? Now, if you can see where you want to go, like for example, you are trying to get to that lighthouse and you can see the lighthouse, and if you have a fast horse, probably you just take the horse and run faster, you will get there. Hopefully, maybe we have to be a little careful, don't fall over somewhere, but etc. But if you don't know where you want to go and you are going in the night, and probably actually getting on the horse is not a good idea, because, I mean, if you don't know where you are going, just going faster doesn't help you. It can even get you in trouble. And other side, if you think of the horse, the way now, okay, if you are planning to get on the horse, first you need some training on using the horse. Second, hopefully horse has some, it was broken, right? And hopefully you have a clean enough harness and it was trained in right way. You need all those things, and unless you have those things and you get on that horse, it's not probably it won't end well. So basically, we need the same model. If it is a collaborative technology, you need the same model. And then there's a final part of the analogy that I really liked. They say it's not, so, okay, when you are in the horse, it's not like horse asking you what to do. It's not like every step no. That's not what's happening, right? So actually, if you are going in uneven terrain, the horse is probably safer because it takes a lot of decisions. It'll jump, etc. It's not like every jump it look at your face, no. There are a lot of decisions the horse take automatically too, but those decisions, the experience is correctly broken down so that still it is safe, and it is you who decides where it goes. So that is where we want to get to. So what that means, so okay, now I think this is my main point of the talk. I will come back to this several times. If the human is in the loop with the AI, the reason human is there, so there are two cases human in the loop. Sometimes you are in there as an input device. I mean, you are so basically it's mechanical Turk, it's just you are cheaper. I'm not talking about that case. If you are in there to actually make the decisions better, you are the person who is responsible. You are there to take that responsibility. We know from management, you can delegate the work, but never the responsibility, and that's the rule that need to apply. So, if you are a professional, especially I'll just say if you are an engineer, if you are a researcher, or if you are a scientist, your responsibility, or what you aim to understand the thing. The point is to understand. You use tools, you do whatever. Now, being in computer science, because we go and write the code also, we think like we are building it. But the lot of other, like if you are a civil engineer, you would rarely build the thing, but you design it, and you still own it. At least you do own it, right? Because you would go and inspect and make sure what it is happening. So it is that responsibility. If you are in the loop, you are there to take that responsibility, and you cannot let go of that. And the worst thing a professional like that can do is to take a solution that you do not understand and push for it. I mean, when I say understand, I meant it in reasonable way, right? Because if you argue crazy, we never understand anything. We don't know anything, but not in that sense. But you have to reasonably understand it. So I tell that to, usually when interns come work with me, they have that experience because nowadays it happens very often because they come in the code and they don't understand what the code does. Right? And the worst thing as a professional you can do is to bring a solution that you do not understand. Right? That's so that's my main message. So I'll change the gear to research, right? Because we are trying to discuss the AI, what will happen to AI, what will happen to research in the world of AI. So when you look at the research, it's very interesting. I also understood this much later, even after I got the PhD, that there's basically two rules that the research all based on. There are a lot of other things, but if you look across different fields, if you look broadly across different fields, there's two rules. First thing is that everything you claim is falsifiable. You can check it. Otherwise, it's not science, it's not research. Every claim, every assumption, you can verify. Second thing is you only take decisions based on empirical evidence. You don't argue based on anything else. The second thing is called iron rule. So, actually, there's a very simple way to look at this. And I use this very often with interviews. You just keep asking, how do you know? Right? So if you keep asking, somebody make a claim, you keep asking, how do you know? He answers, you try to understand. Whatever parts that you are not clear, you keep asking, how do you know? Right? So I say, so eventually either you get the truth or you get kicked out or get fired because because it goes to the truth. Right? The reason I said this how I do interviews is, basically, I ask the person who is being interviewed to explain the best project he did. And I repeatedly ask him to explain why you did that. How do you know that's the right one? Again, I'm not trying to get in trouble. I'm just trying to make sure he can think. And this works. So that's a one side comment. If you do this to your boss, you might get in trouble. Because it could be annoying too, right? But funny enough, whole research just work on these two rules. So this is the bigger version of that, which we call the scientific method, which we basically find a problem, we understand the earlier work, we come up with a hypothesis, right? And we do an experiment to test that, right? And we take that result and share it with others, right? So this is that process. Very interestingly, this can only disprove things. It cannot prove anything. We choose to believe things that what they call stand the test of time. And so this is what we do on research. Things like benchmarks, etc., helps because it makes that discussion easier. So what happens is you do this, you share the results. If somebody disagrees, he could take your assumptions, right? This says take your assumptions and test it and challenge. And this process, so again, you might interpret things differently, but with time, what version more people agree will get more consensus. You will see that a lot of theories, actually, competing theories were there for many times. That's why when you talk to physics, they say there's a string theory and there's 5, we don't know which answer, right? So because we are working on it. So there's a lot of work being happen trying to automate research. So I take this quote from this most recent paper by Google. They're trying to automate the research. This basically, you can start with a problem, form a hypothesis, suggest experiments, generate code or whatever to do the experiment, go through the process, verify it goes through. I have highlighted the interesting, I'm just quoting from their paper. It says, as this pipeline progress, any error that get introduced get compounded and multiplied, amplified. So it doesn't work. I mean, they give in this specific paper, they give an answer, but it's only handling one aspect. So to me, okay, one side this shows it's hard to automate research, but this shows one very interesting thing about research. If you have published few papers, I'm sure you have been annoyed by the reviewers who will basically give you a sentence and say, this too broad. The good reviewers will force you to be very specific. Reason they had to put this statement is due to that process. Because they had to tell why it doesn't work, where it doesn't work. So this, when you pay attention, that also shows how the research works. Also, this shows there's a lot to happen. And actually, this problem is same as recursive self-improvement, right? Which is, can AI take a problem? Can it itself automatically decide next steps? And can it continue? If the task is verifiable, it can be done. Actually, this is the one of the Andrew Karpathy's rules. He says, in new age, if it is verifiable, you can automate. But if it is not verifiable, it is hard to automate. So I won't go through. We discussed reliability. There's actually Nature paper arguing that the true creativity you don't see in AI, you see it might combine, but won't come up with the original answer. These are being argued, right? You can argue many ways. But the third one is that getting real world feedback. It's very hard to, so there are some problems where it is very cleanly verifiable. Like, for example, if you're trying to do algorithm, sometimes you can give an environment which is representative, in which case it can automatically get and optimize. But if the problem is complicated, even to get feedback, you need a lot of human judgment and human involvement. So building on the earlier topic, so there are a lot of tools. Actually, there are two famous cases. So the first case is very famous, AlphaEvolve. This is they actually found a new sort algorithm. But what happened was this is a genetic algorithm, and they gave basically there was an evaluator which tells how you are doing. Then it is very, very good at going and finding the solution. One comment we had to remember is that if what you are trying to do under research is just optimization, you cannot beat AI. If you have a very clear metric to measure how well you are doing, then the AI you can't compete. You can't do clever solutions and beat the AI. The AI will almost always find the better solution. So it is like, it's like if you have, you might do a high level algorithm, but finding the parameters, finding the details, finding the choices, very often AI would do a much better job. So one part of it is knowing that and at the right point handing over. So there are a lot of tools, right? So there are people are trying to do peer review, but at least I do not believe you can completely replace. It can help. It can save time. Second thing is what I said. If there's clear feedback, of course you can go and solve that problem. So there are automatic, this earlier Google paper, for example, they are trying to establish the evidence chain. And of course, something very, very interesting is that you can ask AI to do formal proof on a lot of things. For example, for coding, there are languages that can do formal proofs. Sorry, when I say languages, I mean programming languages that use in pre and post conditions. When you write the code, it can prove that given these preconditions and these post conditions are matched, and it's proven. You can ask LLM to use those languages to generate code, in which case you can verify. Actually, most recent paper, they had got about 90% on human eval. Human eval is not the most recent coding benchmark, one before. This is very good. But the only thing is that a lot of cases, the AI cannot prove. It cannot give you an answer. So it basically says, I don't know how to prove it. But rather, it gives you an answer, it doesn't compile. Because the way these languages work is, if the proof is wrong, it will fail. It doesn't compile. So that also a very interesting direction, but it will take time, at least in my belief. So AI is changing research for sure. There's a lot of things it's been made easy. And actually, if you know the problem well, and if you are good at removing nonsense answers, it is unbelievably creative, because you ask, it will tell you this algorithm, that algorithm. Of course, you have to go and understand. Sometimes it doesn't really do what it says. It's slightly different. Now you have to go and it suggests that algorithm. You have to understand from first principle why it works. But it is very, very useful. And of course, AI had created a lot of problems. A lot of problems that we can solve. But on the other hand, it has made it much easier to do bad science too. I mean, we have that experience on first hand, because it's not that easy to, it's easy for a lazy student to come and look like they had done a lot of work. So my suggestion is that that tool works. Keep asking how do you know works, but it takes time, it takes a lot of effort. So way I see it is that we need to build the discipline. We need to almost make it a habit to be responsible, or rather that you can suggest the solution, but you do need to understand what you are suggesting. And you cannot say the right answer is because AI thinks it's a good answer. So, as I see it, two key skills are, the goal is to understand, right? And the key skill is ability to troubleshoot, right? Because when you work with the AI, you need to understand it enough to know it works. That is form of troubleshooting. Second thing is, when it doesn't work, it is much, much more complicated than what you usually used to. At least in my opinion, that is the future. We basically, because the suggestions would come from AI, our job is the quality control and make sure it is good enough. That means we are troubleshooting. I mean, one part is that we say it doesn't look good, but now you have to give it suggestions and start a new question that will take it to the right place. We have to figure out how to do this, how to work with AI. This is an open field which people are making progress. The horse and the rider analogy is there. And I'll tell one more thing, which is that there's something called moral crumple zone. This is that you can put human on the loop and put it with the AI. You ask him to make a decision, but he cannot make that decision. He's supposed to make that decision without having enough information, and he can go to jail for taking the wrong decision or something, right? That can happen very easily too, and we need to avoid that too. If you are in the loop, so final comments. So going forward, the value of technical knowledge as we used to will go down. Value is in ability to see it, whether it makes sense, whether somebody will give the answer, is that working? Is that good enough? Sometimes suggestions and troubleshooting. We had to learn not to run away, not to abdicate, which can happen very easily, right? So this is that you are responsible, you are there to make sure that is the case. Thanks very much, and I can take any suggestions.
Thank you so much. So there are a couple of questions asked from this. So one of them was, where would you personally draw the line between an acceptable AI assistant and AI doing too much of the research?
Answer is it depends, right? Because it depends on the use case, right? So the question is, where do you draw the line, right? So it depends, and so this answer cannot be answered in general, right? Okay, so the reality, and it is right now that line is drawn by law, right? Basically, that's why you see the disclaimer that all the AI, they say, I mean, until you get to the page, it says this is so great, then it says, don't trust anything, just verify everything, right? So right now it's drawn by law, but generally that boundary be drawn by a domain expert, case by case.
One final question. How can a researcher verify an answer from an LLM when they are using it because they don't know much about the subject?
Okay, so if you don't know about the subject, and you are not a researcher in that subject, so you can't, so you shouldn't. You should learn the subject. You have to understand, you have a, how do you say, you need a clean mental model of what that subject does. Only then you can be a researcher on that subject.
That's all the questions which were submitted here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Srinath, could you please come back on stage? We have something special for you. So Mrs. Vishaka Nanaka, the director of the Center for Open and Distance Learning, will be giving a special memento to our keynote speaker, Dr. Srinath Pereira.
Thank you so much, sir, for that, for sharing your experience and insights with us today. We will now move into the afternoon sessions.
So now we will move on to the technical sessions, ENF. So those who are presenting in technical session F, you can please go down to lecture hall 2. So our volunteers would guide you right there. And those who are part of technical session E, you can stay here. Also, may I invite Dr. K. Sarveswaran, Senior Lecturer, Department of Computer Science at the University of Jaffna, to be our session chair. Before we start technical session E, again, we would like participants can submit questions and provide feedback on these technical sessions by scanning the QR code, which will be displayed on the screen shortly. You can view and upvote on questions submitted by others. With that, I will hand it over to our session chair, Dr. K. Sarveswaran.
Okay. Thank you and welcome to the session E on so there's a name, emerging methods, technologies and tools. We have 5 presentations and you will be given 15 minutes altogether, 12 minutes for presentations, your presentation and 3 minutes for question and answer. And you will be shown these papers when the 5 minutes are remaining, and then when the 2 minutes are remaining, and then there will be a hard stop. So, and as you already may have experienced with the previous sessions, there is an online portal through which you can post questions. So this is the link. You can scan and post your questions. And also you can upvote the existing questions. If there are already questions, you can also upvote. Based on the popularity, we will ask the questions. Okay, with that introduction, let's move into the first session or first presentation. Spatial design and facilities management strategies for optimizing hybrid learning ecosystems in universities. Okay, so since the speaker is not here, we will start with the second one, laboratory disorganization and the potential of digital chemistry learning in Jaffna schools by Erhanathan Sanmuganathan, Krishnakumar Mahalingam, Ragulan Kandasamy.
Good afternoon, honorable chairs and panel members and other presenters. I am Erhanathan, presenting my title is Laboratory Disorganization and Potential of the Digital Chemistry Learning in the Jaffna Schools. And advanced level chemistry relies heavily on the practical laboratory works. It's just about the passing in the exam. The practical will the analytical reasoning, observation skill, and safe awareness required for the STEM careers. However, empirical observations across the one AV schools in the Baligamam educational zone reveals structural issues. We see expired chemicals contaminated with the formal disposal chemicals and ventilation problems and wastewater discharge without the treatments, threatening these Jaffna sensitivity groundwater tables. When the laboratory becomes the disorganization of the unsafe and practical class are delay from it although. The students end up memorize empirical steps for the written exam rather than the experience actual inquiry-based learning. Our objective, right by the concept, our study was designed around the three main research questions. The first, what is the specific form of the physical and management disorganization exists in the school's chemistry lab across the Baligam zone? Second, how to, especially the teachers and students, perhaps the links between the laboratory disorganization and the safety and environmental contamination. And the third one is, how can the digitally support and model complete the physical laboratory to restore the safe and inquiry-based chemistry educations? The methodology and the study design. The answer about the question that we conduct across a sectional, cross-sectional survey across the whole 16 1AV school in the Baligam zone. Our samples include the full census, the 15 GC advanced level chemistry teachers and 244 students from the biological and physical science students. Select using the Morgan tables. The data is gathering and using the structural 5-point ligand scale questionnaire. We use the SPSS analyze. The SPSS analyze the distributed statistics analyze and one-way ANOVA and the linear regressions. The finding the laboratory condition and the damages. Now let's look at the empirical finding. Both teachers and students reported the moderate level of the laboratory disorganization with the mean perhaps the score 2.90 teachers and 3.24 for the students. We can run one-way ANOVA and the other analytical techniques. They indicate the disorganization, not the caused by the individual teachers and the oversight the generation difference. It is a synthetic structural issues affecting the school uniformly across the educational zone. The linear regression analyzed, so here, the disorganization of the laboratories from teachers is a more acceptable that one. And other one is complete the physical laboratory under the this constructional condition. We propose the digitally support the chemistry learning framework. We have to do the digital learnings. That one is. This model is integrate this the digital tools, the virtual laboratory and 3D molecular visualization and AI supported conventional assistance such as the ChatGPT or RASA. Through the visual stimulation, students can be repeatedly perform the high risk and expensive hazardous experiments such as the working with the toxic organic compounds or heavy metals without the generating the hazardous waste, consuming the reagent or risking expose. The AI tutors further act as the virtual assistant, explains the reaction mechanism and provide the free lab safety instructions. Here is a implementation reality, the digital and AI divide. In the infrastructure challenge in the Jaffna. Many schools are shortage in the computers in the school levels. So there is a main problem that here. And human factors, the teachers, technology is related stress and have been done professional digital training. And language is a assembly for the AI platform. That is a mainly problem. Therefore, our study for the balanced learning structure is digital tools must be complete physical laboratory, not replace the entirely. The highlight the comparison table, digitally stimulation cannot be teach physical. There is such as the controlling the view rate tab during the titration or assembling the classwares or feeling exothermic reaction, the key change. So visual labs should be used for the free lab preparation. Visual learning and the simulation hazardous reactions. This ensures the students will the theoretical and conceptual clear digitally, making their time in the physical laboratory safe and fast, more effective. Our conclusion and future recommendations. In the conclusion of our study confirmed the laboratory disorganization in Jaffna school negatively affect the practical learning and create the and address the safety and environmental risks. So, between the teachers and students, highlight and urgent need for the student safety educations. Based on this insight, we recommend 3 immediate actions. First one is establish the clear regional protocol for the school chemical inventory control and waste disposals. Second one is initiate a target pilot study for the evaluates usually the learning outcome and cost effectiveness virtual lab and AI tools local classrooms. And third one is digitally infrastructures investment in the resource and could ensure the established education for the all students. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? No? So, yeah, I have a few questions. So, you have started your studies with the assumption or the observation that the laboratories are disorganized.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So how did you come up with that claim that laboratories are disorganized? Before you carrying out the studies, how teachers and students perceive that?
I done the research in this site.
Right.
After that, I will do the research in the digital organization, digitally how to modify the laboratory. That is.
Okay, so maybe through your field visits, so when you visiting different schools, you found that laboratories are disorganized.
Yeah.
Is that the?
Yes.
Okay. Then the second question is, like, do you think that all the chemistry related practical or chemical practicals can be digitized or can be virtually done?
I think all the practicals we have to do that one. Most inorganic chemistry and physical chemistry is practical. Industrial practicals, I think I don't know about that one.
Okay, so still there is a need for laboratories and organized laboratories in schools. Yes. Okay. And have you also so when you do these studies, literature studies, have you come across any existing material, digital learning materials for chemical experiments, etc., instead of like building something from the scratch? Is there other digital laboratories or digital experiments or visualization already exist for chemistry or the chemical practicals that one needs to do for advanced level?
That is, I study that one.
You are still looking into it, okay.
Yes.
Right. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, then thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Keep up your good work, so give him an applause. Yes. The second presentation is a low-cost, verifiable FPGA resource for embedded machine learning education in open and distance learning by RDMK Tivanga Vimalachandra. You have 12 minutes for your presentation.
So, good afternoon, session chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tivanku Malachandra from Department of Electrical and Information Engineering, University of Ruhuna. My study is based on a low-cost verifiable FPGA resource for embedded machine learning education in open distance learning. First of all, this is not revealing new FPGA resource or any algorithm. This is a pedagogy for open distance learning that can use for this machine learning with embedded machine learning. So first thing, in modern curricula, it's more based on hands-on experience and the real silicon validation. That means with the real hardware level validations. And in industry also, they are looking with real hands-on experience as well as the real hardware validations. In the case of open and distance learning, the problem is this validation, because students and learners can do their experiments in the software domain but not in the hardware domain. That's the major problem. And also, if they want to verify their experiments, they have to get access for university laboratories or any kind of resources. So what are the existing solution for them? One thing is definitely a campus laboratories. It has real silicon hardwares. They can use those for validate their systems. And this second one is not quite famous, the remote laboratories, because in Sri Lanka it is not quite famous. But in some countries, this is some resource they can access. In both cases, they can access to real silicon, but it has its own limitation, like the cost, and it's not their own one. So that means they have to get permissions for those resources before there are validations. Third one is the simulations. But in the case in hardware simulation, it's not quite easy for this simulation. Of course, there are some small amount of silicon level validation softwares, but if the students or learners want hardware level verification, they have to have real silicons. So in this case, it's quite cheap rather than other two solutions, but it has its own problem. In my proposed method, it's kind of owning students their own silicons, own real hardware. But when it comes to silicon level, it's quite costly because you know, for specific application, developing a specific silicon is quite not easy. But when it comes to FPGAs, field programmable gate arrays, it's fully configurable. That means we can configure it from the hardware level, not just in the software level as well. That's why the FPGA is chosen for this study. So in this study, I've come with main three principles. First thing is affording. The students, learners can afford their own silicons, their own FPGAs. Because FPGAs are in several cost range, it has low cost to high cost, highest end cost as well. With the budget of the students, with the budget of the institutes, they can afford suitable FPGA for their studies. And if they afford it, they own it. So they can do any validation with these hardwares. Then the full stack development. That means for open distance learners, specifically they are studying in software domain. If they want to go to hardware domain, that's the problem as I mentioned. In there, if they have this field programmable gate arrays, then they can do the software domain and hardware domain as well, the both as well. So that means they have a full stack version of their experiment. In that case, they can train their models, they can validate their models in software domain, and they can do the experiments in hardware domain, hardware level as well. So next thing is verification. This is the major point that I'm pointing out. As I mentioned, in software domain, it's quite easy to prove the system is working. But when it comes to hardware level, it's it's not easy to do because it wants real hardware. That's why this FPGAs, the hardware levels coming to this study. If the learner have this FPGAs, they can do the machine learning in software level and do the hardware level verification as well. In this verification, they can do the bit by bit verification. That means exactly it's matching to the expected things, expected software level things to hardware level things. So for prove this, I have got some specific test case. In here, what I got is hardware-based image and signal denoiser. In that case, I have did the software domain. That means software level and hardware level both case scenarios. In software level, I train the models, I validate it, I quantize it, and do the accuracy and do error functions and those things, and get what can be the output in software level. When it comes to hardware level, the students can deploy their software level system to hardware, and such as FPGAs. They can do those things in hardware level as well. Then after synthesizing their experiments in to hardware level, they can get outputs from the hardware level and compare whether the software level things and hardware levels are matching. That's the bit exact verification. By verifying that, they can get whether their models are working or not. So how this bit exact verification will happen, as I told, the students or experimenter working in two domains, software domain and hardware domain. In software domain, they are doing something called golden model. That means we are predicting what can be the output in hardware domain in software domain. In that case, we can get prediction. We can do prediction. This can be the hardware level output, and first before going to the hardware level, they can verify it in software domain, whether it's working or not. Then after deploying it to the hardware level, that means for the FPGA, it also getting the real hardware level outputs and do bit by bit comparison. That means hardware level outputs and software level output. After that, if it's matched, then the hardware it's faithful for work, and it is that means the experiment is quite successful. If it's not matched, in my study, it can be 3 reasons: whether it's a numerical precision errors, or a timing errors, or a interface errors. If the model is not matched, that means it has any mismatches. Students or distance learner have to get expert idea. That means domain expert idea. Either it can be a lecturer or teacher or some kind of that kind of person. So in that case, they will also give this feedback to check whether it's a numerical precision error or timing error, interface error, this thing. By owning his own hardware level, they can do their own evaluation in here. That's the one major advantage that can claim in here. So why I choose this embedded machine learning for this study? Because in real case scenarios as well as the industry, we are dealing with actual cases. For actual cases, for example, ECG signal processing, such kind of things, they want real signals from the real test cases. They are gathering the data from real test cases and feeding into an edge processor or some kind of thing to process it. For replace that, we can just directly gather in from those signals from the test cases and feed into the FPGA that already configured with our software level model, and we can do the verification. This is the major thing. That means we can directly work with the real world scenario in this embedded machine learning. That's why I choose this machine learning domain, embedded machine learning domain for this case. In here, especially I choose, I have already told, I choose image denoising. In that case, I have choose 15-stage machine learning LISTM model for denoise that. Next, the outputs. This is the case study test case output. In first case, we can see the image denoising output. In that case, what I first done, get the golden model. That means the software level output, what it can be. Then after that, by deploying into FPGA and do the real hardware level processing, then get the outputs. By matching, actually this is not a direct first level output. There are several mismatches. After looking at that, step by step we have to correct it. For those steps, the learner can identify where was I wrong by using that bit exact verification. In signal processing for ECG is also the same, because its work as quite similar. So what is the contribution? Actually, as I said, this is not a FPGA resource revealing or algorithm revealing. This is applying a verification for open distance learning. In educational purpose, educators and students, they can use their own evaluation by using this. And when it comes to engineering perspective, they are working in 2 different domains, software domain and hardware domain. This is the most important thing that I have concluded in this study. So what are the limitations? In this study, this is kind of feasibility study, because this only have few test cases, a few group of studies, that kind of thing. And also, even though students have its own his own hardware levels, they have to have PCs to do this. So in next case, it can do with these strategies carry out in next case. So this is the conclusion. So FPGAs and hardwares can do the authentic engineering experiments for open distance learning by using verification. This is the conclusion of this whole study. Thank you. If you have any questions, please raise.
Thank you. Since we have received 3 questions online, we will first go with that. And the first question is, how could this resource be used beyond universities for technical colleges, schools, and professional training?
Yeah, FPGAs are not just limited for universities. It is affordable. Quite as I told, it has several range of we can afford it in several range of budget. So based on the budget the student have, they can go to a low level FPGAs or higher level FPGA. It's not depend on the university. The student can own their own FPGAs.
Yeah, a follow-up question from me that you mentioned that the device cost is 130 US dollars.
130.
Is it like what type of device is it? Do you have a?
This is for this ceilings Nexus A7. This is AMD mid-range FPGA. But when it comes to Sri Lanka, it will more than $130. But in international market, we can afford around $130 and.
Yeah, if somebody is worrying about cost, next YS4 A7 is around 130.
Yeah.
Yes. Second question, could generative AI tools make verification of student work more difficult? And how might your system respond to that? Do you get the question?
Sir, can you repeat it?
Could generative AI tools make verification of student work more difficult? And how might your system respond to that? So people are now using generative AI and it's very difficult to verify, and how your system could help for that.
Yeah, as I mentioned, even in generative AI, it's working in software domain. When it comes to hardware domain, it works in different manner. For example, if the experimenter use generative AI for model hardware level thing, definitely generative AI will give a solution, but we can't guarantee it will work on hardware domain. By using this, we can guarantee it will work on hardware domain because we are actually using a hardware level thing.
Thank you. And the third question is, what prior knowledge does a student need before using this resource successfully?
Actually, for FPGA, it's quite similar to computer language, but in FPGAs, it uses hardware language. That means languages like Verilog, VHDL, system Verilog, those kind of things. These are not closed things. These are very open things for any student. We can find any resource in internet to how to program this kind of device. Even in a microcontroller, we can do these things, but in FPGA, the thing is this can model the things from the hardware level. That means from the architecture level we can develop. That's the thing to use these FPGAs, and these are open for everyone. It is quite simple.
Yeah, thank you. Any one quick question from the audience, if any? Yeah. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. So let's give him an applause. The third presentation is from novice to digital expert. Insights of the learning journeys of fashion design professionals in Sri Lanka by ALI Mihirini D. Silva.
Good afternoon, respected session chair, my dear researchers, ladies and gentlemen. So, my name is Mihirni De Silva. I am an MPhil researcher at Department of Integrated Design, Faculty of Architecture, University of Moratuwa. Today, it's my pleasure to represent my study title, From Novice to Digital Expert, Insight of the Learning Journeys of Fashion Design Professionals in Sri Lanka. This study forms a part of my ongoing MPhil research, so I would like to sincerely acknowledge the valuable guidance and support of my two supervisors. Dr. Mrs. Sumantri Samaravikrama, my principal supervisor from the Department of Integrated Design, Faculty of Architecture, University of Moratuwa, and my second supervisor, Dr. Sumit Gopura, from the Department of Textile and Apparel Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Moratuwa. Although this study is situated within fashion design education, it explores a broader question relevant across many disciplines. How do professionals actually become digitally competent? In my study, it goes as, how do fashion design professionals become digitally competent? So that question became the starting point of my research. We often focus on teaching digital tools in education, but much less attention is given to understanding the learning journeys that occurs before, during, and after formal education. Around the world, digital transformation is almost changing in every creative industry. Fashion is no exception. Today's fashion designers are expected to work with computer-aided design softwares, digital pattern making, AI-assisted design, virtual prototyping, and collaborative design workflows. So, in many developing countries, including Sri Lanka, education systems are still developing to these rapidly changing industry expectations. Although the existing studies provides considerable insights into digital tools and curriculum design, we still know surprisingly little about the professionals themselves. Specifically, we do not fully understand how fashion design professionals acquire their digital competencies and which educational experiences influence their development and how industry contributed to their learning. By addressing this limited empirical evidence, this study identifies a critical research gap. Understanding these professional learning journeys is important because it enables us to improve educational practices based on real-world experiences rather than assumptions. Therefore, my study aimed to explore how fashion design professionals in Sri Lanka develop digital competencies throughout their professional learning journey. More specifically, I wanted to understand their educational experiences, industry learning experiences, and the factors that shape their digital competency development. For my research, I adopted an exploratory qualitative approach. I conducted semi-structured interviews with 10 experienced fashion design professionals working in Sri Lanka's export apparel industry. These participants had between 5 to 25 years of experience in professional practice, and it included senior designers and management level professionals. The interviews were analyzed using Brown and Clark thematic analysis to identify recurring patterns across their learning journeys. The findings reveal 5 interconnected stages of digital competency development throughout the professional learning journeys. The first stage occurs during the pre-tertiary aesthetic education, where the journey begins with limited exposure. Most of the participants had little access to computer, digital tools, and structured creative education before entering university. The second stage takes place in tertiary fashion design education. We call it as the university education. Universities provide strong creative and design foundations. However, many graduates felt unprepared for industry standard software, digital technologies, and professional workplace practices. The third stage occurs during the transition into the industry. As a result of this gap, many participants experienced challenging transition where they had to rapidly learn commercial software, digital communication practices, and industry expectations. The fourth stage begins after entering professional practice. As individuals, they gradually adapt into industry requirements. Interestingly, most digital competencies were developed after graduation. Workplace projects, mentoring, peer learning, and hands-on industrial experience became the primary drivers of competency development of them. The fifth stage represents the early phase of becoming an industry expert, where continuous professional growth becomes essential. Learning did not stop after gaining experience. Instead, participants continued developing their competencies through online courses, self-directed experiments, and communities of practice and emerging digital technologies. So overall, the findings demonstrate that digital competency is not a destination, but a lifelong learning journey that evolves throughout a professional career. These findings led to the development of the industry-oriented digital competency development framework. Rather than viewing digital competency as something taught only at university, the framework conceptualizes it as a continuous journey across 3 interconnected stages. The first stage is pre-tertiary creative education. The second stage is tertiary fashion design education. The third stage is professional industry practice. Importantly, the framework also introduced a bidirectional feedback mechanism. Instead of education simply prepare the graduates for the industry, industry continues to inform curriculum development through emerging technologies, workplace practices, and competency expectations. This creates a continuous cycle of learning and improvement. The findings have implications for multiple stakeholders. For educators, they highlight the importance of introducing digital literacy much earlier and embedded authentic industry experiences within the curriculum. For industry, they demonstrate the value of mentoring graduates through supporting continuous professional learning. And more broadly, the framework provides a practical way to strengthen collaboration between education and industry. To conclude my presentation, this study shows that digital expertise is not developed solely through learning software. Instead, it develops through a continuous journey that begins before university, continues through higher education, and evolves within the professional practice. Although this framework was developed within fashion design education in Sri Lanka, the concept may be relevant to many other creative disciplines as well. So thank you so much for your kind attention. I sincerely appreciate your time and interest in my research. So I now welcome your questions and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So we have received 2 questions via online. Let's take that first and then move into the online or audience questions. First question is, did becoming digitally skilled change their creativity or only improve the speed and efficiency of their work? Probably they are referring to students or practitioners. That did becoming digitally skilled change practitioners' creativity or only improve the speed and efficiency of practitioners' work?
Okay, so thank you. Thank you for that question. So being digitally competent or fluent in digital tools, it's must for now fashion design industry, because everyone have creativity within us, but when it comes to the industry level, we have to use AI and all the softwares, because it's actually gives the it actually bridges the creativity and the industry. So without this digital competency, we can't actually survive in the industry. So it's a must.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious here. So you said like AI skills are important. So how much generative AI are being used in fashion industry? Are they using it a lot for fashion designing, to do the designs, etc.?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat the question?
The generative AI, so like ChatGPT kind of systems, Are they using it in their day-to-day life to do the designs done?
You mean the designers, fashion
Yes,
designers?
designers, yeah.
Yeah. For the moment, we actually have the tertiary level fashion design education in Sri Lanka. So universities, we actually have the AI, we use AI to generate a lot of models and use the AI tools. Since we don't have fashion designing in the pre-tertiary level, still they don't have an idea on how to use AI to use those kind of things. But I don't know about how the generation right now is using AI to design fashion, but in the industry and in the education level, it's starting after like the university level, not before.
Okay. So there is one more question. How did digital competency affect their confidence when communicating with clients?
Yeah, definitely that was some main point, because when it comes to fashion designers, we actually have to present ourselves when we have projects. So if we are not competent, if we are not fluent in digital tools, we get, backward when we are going to present our things, because most of the times only first year or second year we use the manual stuffs. Then we go to the digitalization, we present ourselves, we go for virtual prototyping, and everything was digitalized. So if you are not fluent with those softwares, Photoshop, Illustrator, so it's hard to survive and it's hard to move on with the industry expectations as well.
Thank you. One question from audience? One quick question? No? Then thank you, Mihirini. Let's give her an applause. Yeah, the final presentation of this session is design of a novel synergetic digital teaching and learning process for higher education by Vindhya Vimani Senadira. She is going to do this via online.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Vindhya Senadira from University of Peradeniya. Today my presentation is on design of a novel synergistic digital teaching and learning process for higher education. Currently, higher education is undergoing rapid digital transformation. Although digital tools have become increasingly integrated into educational settings, their mere adoption does not inherently lead to improved pedagogical outcomes. Therefore, a critical need exists for an effective digital teaching and learning process that goes beyond simple technology adoption. Therefore, the objective of this study was to design a novel synergistic digital teaching and learning process for higher education. In order to achieve this objective, comprehensive literature reviews were conducted to identify best practices for learning theory, learning engagement, pedagogy, and educational approach. The best practices were identified as microlearning for pedagogy, connectivism as learning theory, and universal design for learning for enhancing equity and inclusion. Further, the literature reviews identified gaps in current teaching and learning process in higher education as gaps to accommodate informal learning, promote lifelong learning, facilitate emergent learning, enhancing equity and inclusion, and gaps to enhance learning engagement. This study followed conceptual design methodology, and as the first step, based on the findings of literature reviews, a novel educational approach for higher education in the digital age was introduced. The novel educational approach is connective alignment, which entails two components: connective and alignment. Connective aspect stands for connectivism learning theory, and alignment component is for to set up teaching and learning activities and assessment tasks appropriate to achieving the intended learning outcomes. When defining the ILOs, apart from ILOs related to content of the course, connective alignment proposes to integrate ILOs related to specific skills required for the success of learning in this digital age, such as information literacy, lifelong learning, and emergent learning. For example, technology has enabled the students to use diversity of information sources in their learning. Therefore, there is a potential for students to reach false or invalid information in their learning, especially in the digital environment. Therefore, it should be assured that the students have competency in information literacy so that they can obtain, critically analyze, evaluate, and effectively use information required to learning. Further, due to the rapidly evolving information climate in this digital age, connective alignment identifies lifelong learning and emergent learning as crucial components that should be incorporated in higher education in the digital age. Accordingly, an ILO teaching learning activity and assessment task to enhance the information literacy skills, lifelong learning, and emergent learning are incorporated in connective alignment. As a second phase, the design of the synergistic teaching and digital teaching and learning process was conducted to fulfill the identified gaps in the current teaching and learning process. The best practices identified in the literature review were incorporated to design this novel synergistic digital teaching and learning process. Here, microlearning is an innovative pedagogy which uses small-sized learning units and short-term learning activities, and it was incorporated to improve academic performance and enhance learning engagement. Connective alignment was incorporated to this process to accommodate informal learning, promote lifelong learning, and emergent learning. Universal design for learning is designed to give all students equal opportunity to be successful in learning, and therefore it is incorporated in this process to promote equity and inclusion. In the novel educational process, a lesson for each intended learning objective of the topics is proposed to be designed and developed in the microlearning format. And according to collective alignment, apart from the course-related ILOs related to information literacy skills, lifelong learning, and emergent learning are included. And the principles of universal design for learning are proposed to be followed in designing the lessons in order to provide flexible methods of learning and assessment. Further, multiple formats of digital teaching and learning materials are proposed to be designed and developed in order to engage learners and teach the content, and various assessment methods proposed to be utilized in order to provide various opportunity to students to demonstrate their learning. In order to investigate the effectiveness of this newly designed digital teaching and learning process for higher education, a case study was conducted in evidence-based practice in physiotherapy course in BS in physiotherapy curriculum in University of Peradeniya. The digital teaching and learning materials were designed according to the novel digital teaching and learning process. Format of sample lesson plan template is shown here. It shows how each principle of microlearning, connective alignment, and UDL principles were incorporated when designing lesson plans. A course for evidence-based practice in physiotherapy was created in the CN post-LMS, and the learning materials were uploaded. These are the screenshots of the design course. A comprehensive evaluation was conducted to answer two research questions. Research question 1, does the novel digital teaching and learning process significantly improve the academic performance of students compared to traditional learning? Research question 2, does the novel digital teaching and learning process has a significant positive impact on student perception and satisfaction compared to traditional learning? A mixed method study was conducted, a randomized crossover study with two intervention arms to compare novel learning method and traditional learning method. Quantitative methods were used to investigate the effectiveness of novel learning method in academic performance and student perception on teaching compared to traditional learning method. Qualitative methods were used to evaluate students' perception on teaching and satisfaction in online learning. As the participants, undergraduate physiotherapy students in first, second and third year from Department of Physiotherapy, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, University of Peradeniya, who provided the informed consent, were recruited. And after recruiting 114 participants, stratified random sampling was used to allocate the participants into two groups as group 1 and group 2. Here, in the traditional learning method, the students went through 2-hour face-to-face lecture for given topic, and in the novel learning method, the students went through digital learning materials that were presented in the online course designed in the CN Post LMS. Participants in the group 1 went through traditional learning method for topic 1 and topic 3 of evidence-based practice in physiotherapy course, and novel learning method for topic 2 and topic 4. In the group 2, the students went through novel learning method for topic 1 and topic 3 and traditional learning method for topic 2 and topic 4. Here are the results for academic performance in evidence-based practice in physiotherapy. So you can see the group 1 students and group 2 students have scored higher marks for the topics they went through novel learning method compared to traditional learning method, which is indicated in the blue color. And linear mixed effect model analysis showed that academic performance was on average 18 marks, 18 points, that is out of 100, 18% higher in the novel learning method compared to traditional learning method. And these plots show the students' perception, and majority of the students have perceived novel method as a positive teaching approach, and they have perceived traditional teaching negatively, mainly because they are not actively engaged in the lessons and learning is not flexible. Here also, the linear model analysis showed that perception was 11 out of 48 points, that is 23% higher in the novel learning method compared to traditional learning method. Regarding the overall satisfaction of the students of the online course, 22% of participants have strongly agreed and 58% have agreed that they are satisfied with the online course. None of the participants have responded that they are dissatisfied with the online learning experience. In conclusion, this project addressed the critical need for a holistic, evidence-based framework to guide the strategic design, development, and implementation of an effective digital teaching and learning process. And this project has presented a novel synergistic digital teaching and learning process to enhance pedagogical outcomes. These are the references I used for making this presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and now you are free to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So any questions from the audience? Right, so this is one question regarding, so I have two questions in fact. One is regarding your experiment. So you showed that, so can you go to the flow chart kind of thing that you showed, please? Yes, this is the.
Is this the answer? Yeah.
So the topics, topic 1, topic 2, topic 3, are they like dependent topics? So for example, to do the topic 2, do the students need to know the topic 1, or are they independent topics?
For example, the first topic is on Introduction to Evidence-Based Practice in Physiotherapy, where they learn about the definition of evidence-based practice in physiotherapy and the main principles of it. And following that only, they will go for the second topic where they learn about information sources. And then in third topic, they will learn about how to find the evidence. So these topics guide from one to the next. Yes, they are related.
Okay. So, but you have not considered that dependability when you like do these studies, right? You just like took two group of students for the to do one group to do the traditional, other one to do the novel, and then for the second other way, right? You switch the group, but there is a, I mean, group who have learned the topic one better may have performed in topic 2, right?
Yes, now this is a crossover study, so we switched a group. Now, for example, for group 1, went through traditional learning, and for group, topic 1 and topic 3, and to give the learning experience in the same way, we have to give the same learning experience for the group 2 as well. Therefore, they went through first topic novel learning method, and third topic novel learning method, and alternatively third, second and fourth into traditional learning method.
Okay, okay. Yeah. And you are referring to emergent learning. Emergent learning, could you briefly tell about it? So that's a new thing to me.
Okay. In learning, so there are prescribed learning outcomes. That is the learning outcomes where we already give for the students, and we think that the outcomes the students will achieve after a specific lesson or course. But there are some learning outcomes that are unexpected, but maybe through the learning experience the student might gain. So those are emergent learning outcomes. And then this emergent learning means learning whenever or whenever a need arises. That means now, today I want to know what is digital information literacy. So I will go and learn what is digital information literacy. So that came as a, not as a formal structured lesson manner, but it came as an emergent. That is,
yeah, got it. And so that's interesting that you also managed to measure that emergent learning of students. Thank you. And any questions from the audience?
Thank you, very interesting presentation. What do you mean by the novel learning method? What is the difference between the particularly the traditional learning methods and novel learning methods? The particular, which methods you used?
Okay, in traditional learning method, here the students went through 2-hour face-to-face lecture. In novel learning method, the students went through the lessons which were designed according to the novel synergistic digital teaching and learning process, which comprised of these 3 components, which are microlearning, connective alignment, and universal design for learning. The lessons in this novel learning method were designed according to this novel digital teaching and learning process, which has a synergistic effect of these 3 pillars: microlearning, connective alignment, and universal design for learning.
Thank you. Any more questions? Then thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Let's give an upload to her. And with this,
thank you very much.
We are concluding the session E on some educational technologies, or some with some titles. And thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. And thank you for assisting me. What's your name? Thank you, Kavisa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarves. So before I let you go, I would like to invite Dr. Buddhiga Karnaratna to give a small token of appreciation for chairing the session. Thank you again, Dr. Sarveswaran, for chairing the session. So with that, we will break for tea. So refreshments will be served outside, and after that, we will be having our poster presentation in 15 minutes time. So we would expect you back in 15 minutes for the poster presentations. So all our presenters from session A, if you are here, we will be giving your certificates. So Professor Nalin Wickramarachchi will be presenting your certificate. So if you have presented during session A, and the rest of you, if you have been done with your tea break, you can come and look at the beautiful posters which have been done, and you can also ask questions for the people who have designed the posters as well.
Mr. Haritha Veeratunga. Mr. Haritha Veeratunga. Haritha Veeratunga. Lakmina Gamage. B.H. Sudanta. B.H. Sudanta. Mrs. Vishaka Nanayakara. Dr. Buddhika Karunaratna.
Please give a round of applause.
Muhammadu Abdul Rahman. Fatima Rikasa. Cletus Florence and Rodrigo. Sayuri Vitarana. Thilokadi Silva.
Right, moving on to session B, we have S.M. Basuri Lernandu Senanayaka. Please give a warm round of applause. Put your hands together for S.M. Basuri Lernandu Senanayaka. Next, we have Veerakon Mudyansilage Dilki Anuradha Veerakon. Right, moving on to session C, we have Ashmini Kallika Karunaratna. Can we please have Ashmini Kallika Karunaratna? Right, next we have Kalansurya Arachige Praveen Madhushanka Pereira, Ashan Lakshita, Chetani Kumara Peli, Mativatanan Yoken Tira, Chaturika Vallibita. Next we have Lakshika Raghuram, Sharmi Shanmuganadam. They have presented online, and Harshini Haryendran also online. Thank you very much, Professor Nalin, for presenting the certificates. Next, we invite Dr. Sivakumar and Dr. Buddhika Karunaratna to present the certificates. Right, moving on to session D, we have Farid Mohammed Navsteen, NGLSJ Lianage, KSP Sisindra, and Shajehan Shifan. Please put your hands together. Next, we have Pasan Vijayawardana, Nuha Nazaruddin. Moving on, we have Dulashi Kon Gahavatta, Sumit Gopura, and Madhuliye Taylor. Next, we have Udita Gunasekara. Please put your hands together for Udita Gunasekara. Finally, from session D, we have Prasandika Balage. Sorry, please put your hands together for Prasandika Balage. Next, moving on to session E, we have Ehantan Shanmuganadam. Put your hands together for Ehantan Shanmuganathan. Next, we have RDMK Tivanka Vimalachandra. Put your hands together for Tivanka Vimalachandra. Next, we have ALI Mihirini De Silva. Put your hands together for ALI Mihirini De Silva. Next, we have Vindhya Vimani Senadira, who had presented online. Moving on to session F, we have Akurapitiage Sewandi. Please put your hands together for Akurapitiage Sewandi. Next, we have Abdul Razak Irsha Farwin. Please put your hands together for Abdul Razak Irsha Farwin. Finally, we have Mahinda Bandara Sakala Surya. Put your hands together for Mahinda Bandara Sakala Surya. Thank you very much, Dr. Sivakumar and Dr. Buddhi Kararatne for presenting the certificates. Next, we invite Dr. Chaturanga Hettiarachi to hand out the certificates for the posters. First of all, we have Kavisha Nanayakara. Please put your hands together for Kavisha Nanayakara. Tashini Ambalavana. Put your hands together for Tashini Ambalavana. Next, we have Tharushi Kulakura Surya. Please put your hands together for Tharushi Kulakura Surya. Next, we have Senui Silva. Please put your hands together for Senui Silva. Next, we have Kavisha Umayangani. Please put your hands together for Kavisha Umayangani.
Next, we have Dulmi Fonseca. Please put your hands together for Dulmi Fonseca. Next, we have Shazna Kamaldeen. Please put your hands together for Shazna Kamaldeen.
Next, we have Ratnayaka Mudiyanselage Shelton Indika Vijay Bandara. Please put your hands together for Indika Vijay Bandara. Next, we have Vannakuwatha Mitibaduge Gihan Udayanga. Please put your hands together for Gihan Udayanga. Next, we have Venura Deshan Pereira and Krishankar Jananathan. Please put your hands together for Deshan Pereira. Next, we have P.I. V. Vijayawardana, Tarupati Vihasa, Ashila Shenani, and Lakindu Yasomit. Please put your hands together. Finally, we have Doluwala Gedara Satsarani Nuwandara Samarakon. Thank you very much, Dr. Chaturanga, for presenting the certificates.
Thank you, Dulmi, for rising up to the occasion. All the poster owners, may I kindly invite you to come and be next to your poster so that we will give you 10 minutes for the audience to come and watch the posters. All the poster owners, please do come and stand next to your poster so that people can come and ask questions. Thank you to all the poster presenters for their wonderful efforts. I kindly invite the audience to come and visit the posters, interact with the authors, and ask questions.
All right then, thank you for those beautiful posters. And I have seen like a lot of interactions, so that is what conferences are all about. So may I ask presenters for technical session G to stay here, and technical session H to go down to hall 2. And to kick off technical session G, I would like to invite Dr. Sureka Tiruchitrambalam, lecturer from the Department of Earth Resource Engineering at the University of Moratuwa. And just before, we have the Emojot QR code, so if you have any questions to the people who are presenting, you can scan the QR code and ask the questions. And with that, I would invite the session chair, Dr. Sureka, to take over from there.
Thanks a lot. And this is what I expected at the end of the session. But like it seems like most of the people had enough buffet today and they don't want to feel more sleepy. So they just left. But now we are going to have more buffet of ideas. It seems they have little maths, little tech, and also ethics. And of course, AI. These days we can't find anything without AI. So let's start the session on pedagogy and learner engagement. And to start off with, there is a team who is going to present about pre-math orientation. And like, I'll make it simple. I'll call Laksarani to the stage. And probably you might need to keep looking at her for the timing. She might be just showing it off. Right?
Good evening, everyone. I am Laksani Pandwavla from Faculty of Technology, University of Kelaniya. So today I'm going to present our research impacted pre-mathematics orientation program on first year undergraduate academic performance, a comparative study across gender, province and age-wise in Sri Lanka. Go with introduction, the many of technology students enter to the university level academic activities. They have limited knowledge of mathematics, so they're suffering from some academic mathematical knowledge, weak mathematical knowledge problems, like they issue some courses like algebra, calculus, and some trigonometric function. So they create this, so address this issue, the Faculty of Computing and Technology of University of Kelaniya introduced a pre-mathematics orientation program in 2023. So, in this research, we evaluate whether the participant of pre-mathematics orientation program result in an actually statistically significant improvement for their academic performance. And we analyze through the gender-wise and also some program-wise and province-wise and the some age groups. So, move to the methodology. This is a research is quantitative research. It's quasi-experiment comparative study. We choose two batches, 2023 with orientation group and 2024 without orientation group. Because this study in Kelaniya University, due to the delay of some academic issue, they have to get two parallel batches in same time. So in this situation, create some same experiment for the two batches in same assessment and same curriculum activities and the same examination papers. So we choose 190 students and 195 students for the each batches, and we choose some program, computer and technology and engineering technology. We use statistical method like to normative test and some independent sample test and also ANOVA test, and after we find some correlation between some groups. And all this statistical method we use R software. Use the result part, first the gender-wise analysis. We got the hypothesis testing. We choose some no significant difference from a total mark between two groups, and the alternative hypothesis is the significant difference between all two groups. And you can see the CT group and the ET group, all these three groups out of 4, we have some p-values less than 0.05. So it's significantly improvement through the analysis. But the ET female group is not significant because there are small sample size. But all the group have some higher mean score than the without orientation group. So you can see the fingers. The blue bar shows orientation group, with orientation group, and the red bar shows none without orientation group. You have seen some higher mean value with all the with orientation group. So the province-wise, because reason of the province-wise analysis, we have to check whether the all provinces and all the areas in student, they have suffering from some mathematical condition. So after the analysis, we can say that there are some province are statistically significant, but the others one are non-significant because due to the small sample size. But the all 9 provinces showed improvement their mean values. So this program promoted equal learning opportunity for the all geographic and educational background. For the age-wise, reason of the age-wise analysis, because in Sri Lanka, for each A-level student can sit 3 times for their examination, like first choice, second choice, and the third choice. So in here, you can see that The 24 age students have high mean value performance for the with orientation program. And also, the out of 4 or 5 age group show some statistically significant improvement with orientation program. But the age 23 have positive trend. The sample size is very small. Because of that, it's not significantly, statistically significant. You can see the graph. You can see the with orientation group have higher mean than the without orientation group. So the discussion, after the analysis, the strong improvement with CT student because the CT program have more mathematical heavy modules in their degree program, and also ET female are not significant because of the small sample group. And also the older student like age 24 have benefited most from the orientation program, and also some non-significant province like they have some small sample size. So overall conclusion, the pre-mathematics orientation program had a statistically significant positive impact for the first year academic performance. And we use some gender, province-wise, and the age group because the benefit were not confirmed and it's not area, single demographical group or a region or age category. It is observed improvement broadly and repeatedly with the mean score. And also this program promote equal learning opportunities across Sri Lanka, and also with students large gap like third shy or second shy student, they have formal mathematics education benefit the most. So, and also after the conclusion, after the research analysis, we recommend that the orientation program should be continued, expand and standardize as a mandatory component for the technology students. So these are the references, and thank you.
Thank you. So that's an awesome presentation. Any questions from audience? Yeah. So there should be a seat question with the chair. That's what they say. So I have a question for you. So in this case, I can see the orientation is for the people from different districts as well, right? So sometimes students from rural districts might feel like they have a broken bat, whereas someone who comes from Colombo is like fully prepared with their gears, right? So did you like tweak your orientation program to help those students who are trying to run that uphill in the short term?
Actually, this research starts from after the data result out in faculty. So we have no idea in this situation, but in next year we have to consider all the students and categorize with some came from all the regions and give more attention for all the students for the mathematics weak background.
So that's under the consideration. That's good.
Yeah.
Any other questions from audience? Seems not. And like probably you can enjoy the evening then. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right. With that, we are getting into another interesting session on tutor mentor session in ODL. And like probably the presenter can answer how to make the audience engaging even when they are live here. So I call upon Jageshkar to make the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Surekha. Now I have no pressure at all. Now I have no pressure at all on delivering. Okay. Good evening, dear. So today my paper presentation will be on evaluating the role of tutor meta sessions in enhancing student engagement in an asynchronous, open and distance learning environment. So this study was first brought upon because I'm an instructor at the Center for Open and Distance Learning. So at ICODE University of Moratuwa, we do a BIT degree program, which is an external asynchronous program. So one of the main issues was like student engagement. Since there are no live lectures or nothing, how do the students engage? And one of the challenges also include like real-time interaction, reduced academic guidance, difficulty with self-regulated learning. Since they transition from school learning to asynchronous, it is kind of a challenge. So tutor meta sessions were introduced to address these challenges. And I'll just give a brief introduction of what these tutor meta sessions are. So it is synchronized sort of session, which we do as module coordinators, which like every 2 weeks of the semester, where we conduct a Q&A session via Zoom. So that is the tutor mentor session. So the target group for us is the new semester 1 and semester 2 external degree students, because they are the ones who are finding it difficult to transition from synchronous learning to asynchronous learning. And usually these sessions are 90 to 120 minutes, so around 1.5 to 2 hours. And the main focused areas are academic guidance. So when they have any doubts regarding their subject and they want to ask it to someone instead of posting on forums or emails, they usually come to this tutor mentor sessions. And also assessment clarification. So students might have questions regarding like how to answer assignments and stuff. We don't directly give them the answers, but we sort of try to guide them through that. An important thing to note here is that it is not intended to replace the lecture videos which we already have in our BIT program. So students are encouraged to watch that and to ask questions on that. So during the tutor mentor sessions, what we do is we do not state the same thing again. So in this, we had a quantitative survey where we got 847 eligible students. We got it only from semester 2 because my personal feeling was that semester 1 students might not be as honest, since they might be scared of giving their actual opinion. So from that, unfortunately, we got only a 34% response rate, which I expected a bit less, but yeah. So from this, very surprisingly though, I found that these were the results of how helpful the sessions were. We asked the students, and 42% said helpful, and 42% said they are very helpful, and 58 of them said they were helpful, and there was no one who said neutral or not helpful. And from that, I was also considering whether they were being honest as well. And the other one is, what do they value the most? So the main intention of this was the opportunity to ask questions, but most of the students actually gained academic guidance. So that is something I did not expect in my hypothesis, but that was the main thing which the students valued the most. And also study skills and time management, since most of the students who are doing the external degree program might be doing another degree program or might be working as well. So time management, maybe they might just come to that session. So maybe that is what I feel like, the 26% of that. And there is also 21% who say that around asking questions directly to the module coordinator. So the key insights that we got from this tutor meta sessions were that module expectations were clarified, independent learning was improved, and students found it that maybe like teacher experience also was a bit improved as well. And also interaction with the academic staff were increased, and asynchronous learning was complementing the synchronous learning, because as I previously mentioned, it is hard for most students to transition into it. Also, this paper was a follow-up to another paper which we submitted to the European conference, where we actually, there we got the results of what these students, like students who students who did the assessments from tutor mentor, we compared those. So this was just a student experience for this paper is what we did. And the main takeaway what we can tell is that these findings has perceived the students' usefulness, but like there's no direct evidence of improved academic performance, but the students feel like these synchronous sessions were helpful to them. And also a bit of future research is like we like to link the attendance with activities, assessment completion, academic performance, retention and precision. And also we would like to conduct some longitudinal and quasi-experimental studies. So that is all I have. I'm open to questions because this is a concept that I am very interested in.
That's great, and seems he has got so many unexpected outcomes from
yes.
his research. Right, so do we have any questions from audience? Yes, it seems. So I shall bring the mic there. You could have sat there, which might have helped me. But it's good to have walking sometimes.
So how would you hope to improve the interaction and the academic performance of students in future?
In future, good question.
Yes.
So here's the thing. We can give like, as now from today onwards, like we can say like the generation is a bit different to maybe even 5 years ago. So what we have noticed is no offense to anyone, but they do not read as often as previous generations. So what our thing is to improve how students learn. That is, and with the new 2024 curriculum, we have introduced like gamification in most assignments. And we have also introduced like, mostly we have gone through gamification, and also we have coding assignments as well, which like, students is just not watching the video and doing the quiz, where students try to create something as well. So those are the kind of things we try to do. And also the students should, it's not just the lecturers and the teachers who need to give the students guidance, students also should be motivated in doing what, in improving themselves.
Hope that answered your question. You have.
So thank you very much. You have taken good steps for the improvement.
Thank you, Jagesh. This is not really about the concept, but it's about your experience in these tutor mentor sessions. Can you comment about the interaction levels of the students?
I think this is a good marketing opportunity for Emojot, because students rarely ask questions, so something like this would really help our tutor mentor sessions, where they could ask questions, at least even through the Q&A, they really don't ask. And even if they ask the same questions again and again, so that can be a bit annoying. So with Emojot's thing, if it's the same question again and again, it'll just be summarized into one. So you owe me one for that marketing. And yeah, the students who interact are often perform well in the examinations, is what I have noticed.
Hope that helped. Right. While moving, you have proved that audience can also ask questions. So you've proven it in the real time. And there is a small comment from my end. So because like most of the survey you have done is on the scale. Yeah. So students usually tend to give the highest thing because they are like, they are good to us. Sometimes adding an open-ended question somewhere and creating a word cloud or analyzing those open-ended questions, which makes them to be specific. Why that tutor did it well, Jagesh did it well. They started making comments if they are interested. So it might be an indicator to like overcome your uncertainty. Do you think so?
so here's the thing. If we, I mean, I have tried in this survey, there were open-ended questions, but the answers were like, you asked to describe in 2 words, they write sentences. So how am I supposed to, put them in a word cloud? That was the only issue I had. So I could not find enough data to create a word cloud. It's not that I have not tried open-ended questions. Okay, I have not included it here, but there was like most frequent answer thing. Now I cannot remember that. So
it's all good. So you have tried everything in.
Yeah, I have tried almost everything.
Right, that's good. Thanks a lot, Jagesh.
Okay, thank you.
And let's give him a round of applause. Right, with that, we are going into hybrid mode and other 2 presenters are online. So it's time to hear something around ethics in AI-assisted visual production. So probably Pabasari will be presenting it. Seems team is fixing it. Let's give them the time. Hi Pabasari, can you hear us?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I can hear you.
We can also hear you and see the screen. Yeah.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pabasari Paranamana, and today I'm presenting my planned research study titled Student Negotiation of Authorship and Ethics in AI-Assisted Visual Production. So, this is a study focused on undergraduate film education at the Department of Drama, Cinema and Television, University of Kelaniya. The main interest of this study is not only whether students use artificial intelligence, but how they understand their own creative role when AI become a part of their filmmaking. So it also asks how they make ethical decisions when clear institutional guidance is limited. So during this presentation, I will briefly explain the background, research problem, research question, methodology, and expected outcome and possible contribution and the future direction of the study. So, sorry. So my background and context. So generative AI is become a more common in creative higher education. Film student can now use AI in many stages of production. For example, they may use to develop script, create mood boards and visual scenes, generative visual reference, editing, sound design, and many other production, post-production, and pre-production period. So these tools can be useful because they may save time, help students explore the ideas and support creative experimentation. So, however, they also raise an important question. Film education is different from the many other academic field because students learn by making film. Through this process, they develop creative judgment, technical skills, collaboration, and personal artistic voice. At the same time, many universities still do not have the clear ethical teaching guideline for AI use. So, therefore, students may have to decide for themselves what is acceptable. So this study explore how students understand authorship and ethical responsibility when AI become a part of their creative production. So my next slide is research problem and gap. So the main research problem is that students are adopting AI faster than universities are developing policies and teaching practice. So because clear guidance is limited, ethical decision making is often left to individual student. One student may think that use AI for ideas as is acceptable, while another may believe it affect originality. So these decisions are often personal and uncreating. So the most existing study are based on Western educational concepts. So there are also several research gaps. The first one is there is a limited evidence from Sri Lankan higher education. Second, there is a very little research focus specifically on AI-assisted film education. Finally, student own experience and opinion are still underexplored. So the study is informed by authorship theory and research on AI, ethics, education, and cultural context. So these ideas help the study examine how students define creativity and ownership when AI contributed to their work. So therefore, this research is aimed to bring a Sri Lankan student-centered and production-based perspective and the discussion. So the next slide is aim and objective and research question. So the main aim of this study is to understand how undergraduate film students negotiate authorship, creativity, and ethical responsibility when they use AI-assisted visual production tools. So the study is guided by 4 research questions. The first question asks how students use AI during different stage of visual production. So the second question asks how students understand authorship, originality, and creative ownership when AI become involved. So the third question focuses on the ethical tension and that students experience. For example, student may question when AI is only helping and when it's doing too much of the creative work. So the fourth question asks how the institutional environment shape responsible AI use. So this include the curriculum assessment, practice, lecturer guidance, and university policies. Together, these questions examine both student practical use of AI and educational conditions that influence their decision. So my next slide is methodology. This research is a plan as a qualitative case study. So qualitative approach is suitable because the study is interested in students' experience, opinion, meanings, and decision making. So the aim is not to measure only how many students use AI, but to understand how and why they use it. So the study will take place at the Department of Drama, Cinema and Television at the University of Kelaniya. So the participation will be 20 to 25 second year and third year undergraduate student. So they will be selected through the proportional sampling. This means I will select students who can provide relevant information because they have experience, awareness, or interest in AI-assisted visual production. So the case study design will allow me to examine the issue closely with one of specific educational and cultural setting. So the next slide is data collection, analysis, and ethics. So I plan to collect data in 3 main ways. First, I will conduct semi-structured interview. Second, I will conduct focus group discussion. So these discussion may help relieve the shared opinion, disagreement, and different ethical viewpoint among the student. So third, I will analyze relevant documents. So these may include student-produced materials, assessment, instruction, and curriculum document or institutional guidance related to the AI use. So the data will be analyzed through the thematical analysis. I will begin with the inductive coding. So this means the first code and themes will be come from the participant data rather than being fully decided in advance. After coding, I will identify repeated pattern, compare different experience, and develop broader themes. So ethics is also an important part of this study. I will obtain ethical approval before the collecting data. Participant will receive clear information and provide informed consent. So their privacy and confidently will be protected. So participation will be voluntary and participant will have the right to withdraw from the study at any time without negative consequences. So next slide is expected outcome. So this is the planned study. So I do not have any empirical findings at this stage. So however, based on the research problem and existing literature, several outcomes may be expected. So the student may be using AI across several stages of filmmaking rather than only for one task. So they may also be developing their own personal ethical boundaries because official guidance is limited. For example, they may decide that using AI for inspiration is acceptable, but using it make the main creative decision is not. So student may experience uncreatively about acceptable support and then inappropriate depends being. So an important concept may be intentionality. So in this study, intentionality mean whether the student remain in control of the creative proposed direction and final decision. Student may therefore distinction between AI as a supported tool and extended their creative vision and AI as a replacement of human creative decision making. So these are expected possibilities and the fieldwork will examine whether they are supported by students' actual experience. So the next slide is anticipated finding. This study may identify several major themes. So the first is AI supported creativity. So student may describe AI as a tool that help them generate ideas, solve creative problems or explore visual possibility. The second is ethical ambiguity. So a student may feel that some users of AI are neither clearly right or not clearly wrong. So the third one is negotiation authorship. Student may need to decide how much creative contribution must come from them before they can claim authorship. The fourth one is originality and ownership. AI generated material may create about whether his final work is original and who owns the creative result. The fifth is institutional preparedness. Finally, the research may identify gap in the curriculum assessment system, and especially when current assessment methods do not clearly explain the acceptable AI use. So the discussion and contribution, this study is expect to make a theoretical, educational, institutional, and cultural contribution. Theoretically, it may extend the idea about authorship to AI-assisted creative practice. So educationally, the study may support the development of AI literacy and ethical reasoning. So institutionally, the research may highlight the need for clear guidance, curriculum redesign, and assessment practice that respond to AI assistant production. There is also an important cultural contribution. Many generative AI systems are developed with Western technology and creative industry. So these tools may reflect Western creativity, storytelling, authorship, and artistic practice. So therefore, Sri Lankan students are not only learning to use new technologies, so they may also be negotiating with systems that carry different cultural ideas. So this study provides a non-Western perspective and asks how responsible AI education can be culturally relevant. So my conclusion and future discussion. Uh, so to conclude, AI is reshaping creative learning environment and changing how students approach visual production. So students need institutional support, make responsible and ethical decisions. So they should not be left to manage complex questions about authorship, originality, and ownership entire by themselves. Responsible AI integration should therefore become a part of a film education. This may include clear policies, classroom discussion, ethical guidance, curriculum content, and suitable assessment method. So this study will contribute as a Sri Lankan perspective to the wider global discussion about AI in higher education. The next step to finalize the research process, obtain ethical clearance, and begin fieldwork in later 2026. After completing this study, the research may be expanded to the other creative discipline when because similar issues may be also affected design, theory, theaters, media, music, and other areas creative education. So thank you very much for your attention. So the main message of the presentation is that the future of creative education is not only about adopting new AI technologies. It is also about helping students use the technologies ethically, critically, and creatively while protecting human judgment, responsibility, and cultural identity. So thank you very much for listening my presentation.
Thanks, Pabasari. And like it seems you have presented what you are going to do for us in advance. So probably any comments from audience or any inputs that you would like to share with Pabasari? Yeah, but I have an interest there because you are working in the creative field. I just wonder,
Yeah.
like, there are some students who are always like want to do the things using their old skills, right? Like editing and rest, they want to do it by themselves. Whereas some are like clever AI prompt makers, right? And like, I'm not sure how you're planning to address that gap when it comes to assessments because you might be undergoing the trouble now itself. So I just thought of like asking, just out of curiosity. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm also working as a assistant lecturer at the Department of Drama and Cinema. So behind the research, I don't think assessment should simply reward students who avoid AIO, those who are highly skilled at the prompting AI. So assessment should evaluate the creative process, creative thinking, critical thinking and ethical use of AI. So, for example, student could be asked for the document how they used AI, explain their creative decision, and reflect on what was their own contribution, AI assistant. So, this prompt transparency and ensure that originality and creativity remain central while allowed to be used responsibility.
Thanks, Babasari. So you are considering these all into your work, it seems, and probably your research might develop something for Sri Lankan creative works. Thanks a lot, Babasari, for joining us online.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you. And now it's time to hear something around AI, and it's going to be on explainable AI framework for academic article classification. And the presenter is online, and Gangadhari, can you hear us? Seems they are loading. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but can't see you if you're trying to turn on
Okay.
your video. Yeah. Right. We can see your screen as well. Probably, yeah.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Gangadhari Gunasekara, and today I will present my research title and explainable AI framework for academic article classification to support research and learning. So, this research focuses on improving the transparency of automatic academic article classification by combining the high accuracy of Skibert with explainable AI techniques, enabling researchers to better understand and trust classification decisions. So, here is the content of my presentation. And let's move on to the introduction. So the number of scientific publication is increasing rapidly in every year. So as a result, researchers often struggle to organize and identify relevant literature. So automatic article classification help address this challenge by assigning research papers to appropriate categories. The transformer-based models such as Skibber achieve excellent classification accuracy because they are specifically trained on scientific text. However, these models act as black boxes. That means they give the prediction, but they don't explain why the prediction was made. So this lack of transparency reduces researchers' confidence in predictions. So to overcome this issue, explainable AI methods such as SHAP and integrate gradients can highlight the important words that influence the model's decision, making the predictions more understandable. So here's my problem statement. So as I told earlier, the transformer-based models achieve high classification accuracy, but they do not provide explanation for their predictions. And most existing research applies only a single explanation technique, producing explanation that may not always be reliable. In addition, explanation faithfulness is rarely evaluated truly, and very few studies investigate whether explanations actually improves user trust. And so to understand if this gap is real and is there a practical need, I conducted a pilot study with 100 participants, and the result showed that 83% participants experience difficulty identifying research categories manually, and while 86% preferred a classification system that provide explanations. And these findings confirm that need for more transparent classification framework. And here's the literature review. My literature review identify important research gaps. The first study compared different explanation techniques, but evaluated them individually rather than combining them. And the second study showed that no single explainability method consistently performed best across all faithfulness measures. And the third study introduced a faithfulness matrix such as sufficiency and comprehensiveness, but these were evaluated mainly on general domain rather than NLP tasks and scientific literature. And these gaps motivated us to investigate whether combining SHAP and integrate gradients could produce more faithful explanations for scientific article classification. So let's move on to the objectives. This research had four main objectives. First, to investigate challenges researchers face when classifying computer science articles and understand their perception of AI-based classification. Second, to develop and evaluate a fine-tuned Skibert model for 7 category article classification. Third, to compare SHAP and integrate gradients and a SHAP integrated consensus approach using explanation faithfulness matrix. And finally, to evaluate whether providing explanations improve users' trust and understanding of the classification system. So here's my method diagram. So I first conduct a pilot questionnaire to identify the need, and after that, the process begins with collecting and pre-processing the archive data set, and each paper's title and abstract are then tokenized and passed to the fine-tuned Skibert classifier, which predicts one of the 7 computer science categories. So after obtaining the prediction, 2 explainability methods are applied independently. The first is SHARP and the second is integrate gradients. And next, a consensus module combines the common important keywords identified by both methods, and these keywords are converted into natural language explanation using predefined template, allowing users to understand why the paper was assigned to a particular category. So finally, the framework is evaluated, used both explanation fidelity matrix and user study measures, and a user study that measures trust, usefulness, and interpretability. So talking about my dataset and classification model, the dataset consisted of 30,000 archive abstract, evenly distributed across 7 computer science categories with 5,000 papers per category. Only single label papers were selected, and each paper's title and abstract were used as the model input. The dataset was divided to 70% for training, 15% for validation, and 15% for testing. So for classification, I fine-tuned Skibert. Training was performed for 5 epochs using a learning rate of 2 and batch size of 16 and maximum sequence length of 512. So moving on to my explanation framework. So once ICODE predicts a category, the same input is processed separately by sharp and integrate gradients. And each method generates important score for every word in the abstract. So instead of relying on a single explanation method, we compare the outputs and identify the common important keywords. Finally, these keywords are converted into a simple natural language explanation so users can understand why the model made a particular prediction. This makes the classification process much more transparent and easier to interpret. So here's the worked example I got. So let's move on to the fidelity evaluation. To evaluate explanation quality, we selected 35 completely unseen research papers. The explanations were evaluated using 4 faithfulness matrix sufficiency that measures whether the explanation keyword alone are enough for the model to make the same prediction, and the comprehensiveness measures how much the model's confidence decreases when those important keywords are removed. And finally, the stability to evaluate whether similar input produce consistent explanations. And all 3 methods, sharp, integrate, gradients, and the consensus approach were evaluated using exactly the same procedure to ensure the fair comparison. So, as for the classification result of the model, the fine-tuned ICODE model achieved an overall 90% classification accuracy with a weighted F1 score of 0.9, and most categories achieved F1 score above 0.9. The strongest performance was observed for cryptography and robotics, and while machine learning and natural language processing showed comparatively low scores. This is expected because these research areas often share similar terminology, resulting in overlapping vocabulary. Overall, these results demonstrate that the model provides strong classification performance across all 7 categories. So let's move on to the explanation fidelity results. So we compared the explanation method. The sharp integrated gradients consensus method achieved the highest performance across all evaluation metrics. It achieved 82.9% sufficiency, indicating that the selected keywords alone was sufficient for accurate prediction in most cases. And it also achieved the highest comprehensiveness score of 0.31, meaning removing these keywords significantly reduce the prediction confidence. And most importantly, the consensus method achieved 100% stability, demonstrating perfectly consistent explanations. These results indicate that combining sharp and integrate gradients produces more faithful explanation than using either method individually. So about the user study results, to evaluate the impact on users, we conducted pre and post study involved 300 participants. Trust was measured using trust in automation scale, while usefulness was measured using the technology acceptance model. The results showed the trust increased from 3.15 to 3.96, representing an improvement of 0.81 points. And perceived usefulness increased by 0.73 points, while interpretability achieved post-study score 408 out of 5. These findings demonstrate that providing explanations significantly improves user confidence and understanding of the classification system. So as the discussion, the result shows that researchers often struggle to classify academic articles manually and clearly prefer explainable predictions. Most classification errors occurred between semantically similar research areas where vocabulary naturally overlaps. The sharp integrate gradients consensus approach producing explanations that were both more faithful and more stable than individual explanation method. Although generating explanations introduces additional processing time, approximately 6.1 seconds compared to 17 milliseconds for classification, the improved transparency provides significant benefit for literature review and research discovery. A limitation of this work is that the framework currently support only computer science articles. So as for the conclusion and future, in conclusion, this research proposed an explainable framework for academic article classification using a fine-tuned skibberd model combined with a sharp integrated gradient consensus explanation approach. The framework achieved 90% classification accuracy while producing faithful and interpretable explanation. The user study further demonstrated improvements in trust, usefulness, and interpretability. For future work, we plan to evaluate the framework with expert researchers, extend it to the multi-label classification, and adopt it for additional scientific disciplines beyond computer science. So thank you very much for your attention.
So now it's time for any questions or comments from the audience. While they are preparing their question on mine, probably I do have a question probably. I might have missed, but I just saw that the split, the training validation and test data split was like one-fold cross-validation, and like your accuracy was around 90% for the test data. Just wonder whether you have considered like multifold cross-validation in this case, just to make sure you're like training a model which can actually like work out.
What, ma'am? I can't hear clearly.
Right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Right, so I might have missed this part, that's why I'm just trying to clarify. So in your slide, I have seen that you have split the training, test and the validation data set based on the split you had. It's like only one-fold cross-validation, right? So I'm just wondering, because your accuracy is like so good, like 90%, right? So I was like just wondering, did you try like multifold cross-validation, like 5-fold or 10-fold, like changing your training data and see what's happening to your accuracy?
No, ma'am. I didn't try that one.
Right. Might be an addition that might help to get the confidence of the work you have done. And like I'll just look around. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I also think it's a comprehensive study that you have done, which is pretty good. One question related to your evaluation metrics. I think they are quite relevant in this context. Did you refer to the literature for those evaluation metrics?
Yeah, sir. The eraser method and so on, I referred.
So they have been generally commonly used in the related studies?
Related study means they doesn't applied in scientific text, but only in general NLP tasks.
Right, okay. I assumed that. But another thing is, did you try to compare your results to any existing similar work?
There were no similar work like combining sharp and integrate gradients, sir. There was studies like Lime, so on.
Okay. So I think you can probably, did not find during your literature survey any type of similar work to this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. That was the question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gangadhari. Might be you have some more additions, and it was an awesome presentation. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you.
That concludes the session, and right now the buffet is over probably. You can have a good nap after this going back, right? Thanks a lot for joining us, and thanks to the organizers and Emojot who has provided us the platform to ask questions. And thanks a lot for inviting me here. Thanks.
Dr. Sureka, I'm not going to let you go that easily. So you have one more task to do. May I invite Mr. B.H. Sudanta and Dr. Sureka to hand out the certificates for.
පන්දුවල කංකානම්ගේ ලක්සරණි පන්දුවල Jagesh Sivakar, others are online presenters. Thank you, Dr. Sureka. Thank you.
Dr. Sureka, I have one more thing. May I invite the director of the Center for Open and Distance Learning, Mrs. Vishaka Nayanekara, to present a small memento for being the session chair. Might I say the most entertaining session chair of the evening? And thank you to all the presenters who have presented both online and physically here. It was, I believe, a great learning for everyone, all academics and all participants and all attendees. And also for a kind reminder that all authors are invited for tomorrow's Leadership Summit at the BMICH Jasmine Hall. And thank you and have a good day.